The more than 10 teams that consisted of several hundred people had gathered in this nameless valley outside the Four Seasons realm. They had hidden everywhere in this valley, and it wasn't certain what they were up to. The cultivation of the more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters ranged from First Order to Third Order. If Xianxia hadn't gone to the Demon Realm in the past, he would have to be more cautious so that his whereabouts wouldn't be exposed. But now, his soul cultivation had strengthened dramatically, to the point that no pseudo-great emperor or half-saint could compare. If he wanted to hide his aura, those in the valley wouldn't be able to notice him. There was nothing special about these people except for the fact that they were all from Demon Heavenly Dao. With a frown, Xianxia investigated the surroundings and decided to observe them before making a move. This matter was serious as it had something to do with the Four Seasons realm. If he took action now with the help of Baizhua and Baiya, Xianxia was confident he could defeat the force here with ease. But it wouldn't be easy to find out their intentions for coming here. After all, the Emperor Realm Master, who had been thrown into the small sealed world earlier, didn't even know the reason why he was told to come here, so these Emperor Realm Masters in the valley might not have any idea either. These people were probably summoned to this place, in which case someone must have given them the order to gather here. This person must hold an important position in Demon Heavenly Dao and was most likely a pseudo-great emperor. It wasn't difficult to decide that he should catch the big fish rather than kill these insignificant shrimp. For the following 10 days, Xianxia remained hidden outside the Four Seasons realm as he observed these people from Demon Heavenly Dao. He had thought about sneaking into one of the teams, but all of them seemed to know each other, so he refrained. In the morning, these people were extremely quiet as they cultivated and meditated in their respective locations. However, they started becoming busy at night. After observing them for over 10 days, Xianxia realized that they were arranging some kind of grand spirit array that could encompass the entire entrance of the Four Seasons realm in this nameless valley. Naturally, not everyone could arrange a spirit array. Nevertheless, there was a skillful array master among these people, and under his guidance, an array slowly took shape. Xianxia memorized all the key points of the spirit array as it was being arranged and engraved them into a jade slip. In the morning, he would send the jade slip back to High Heaven Palace through a space beacon to ask Nanmen Dejun about it. However, the arranging of the spirit array in this valley was slow and gradual, and the information Xianxia had gathered was incomplete. Therefore, despite the fact that Nanmen Dejun was an Emperor Array Master, it was still difficult for him to guess its purpose right away. A few days later, Nanmen Dejun sent a message to inform Xianxia that it was likely a summoning array, but it had been modified in some way. Since the array was incomplete, he couldn't tell what these people from Demon Heavenly Dao were trying to summon. Thus, Nanmen Dejun requested to come over from High Heaven Palace to have a closer look. He was keen to learn everything about spirit arrays, but Xianxia directly rejected him. Nanmen Dejun was only a First Order Emperor, so he wouldn't be able to hide his aura if he came here. Even if Xianxia tried to hide him, his whereabouts might still be exposed. Nanmen Dejun felt helpless at the fact that his request had been rejected, so he could only warn Xianxia by saying, "Regardless of how powerful that array is, that is a summoning array, so Palace Master must be on guard in case they try to summon some kind of ferocious, uncontrollable beast." Xianxia replied, "N." Nanmen Dejun wasn't aware that there were 3 half-saints inside Xianxia's sealed world bead. So even if Demon Heavenly Dao was really going to summon some kind of ferocious beast, it wasn't certain who would be the one to die in the end. Xianxia doubted that the thing they were going to summon could be more powerful than the combined force of 3 half-saints. Noticing Xianxia's perfunctory tone, Nanmen Dejun said solemnly, "Palace Master, please carefully observe them for the following days. I suspect that a key item is missing from that array. If you discover anything, please inform me immediately." Xianxia wasn't sure what the missing key was, but since Nanmen Dejun had made such a judgment, he must have a valid reason. Hence, Xianxia could only redouble his observation efforts. A few days later, the array was seemingly almost completed. The bases of the array were hidden beneath the valley, so everything appeared normal on the surface, though the entire valley seemed to be engulfed in a strange aura now that could make anyone feel depressed. Just then, Xianxia received a message from the embodiment who was in the small sealed world. Noticing that, Xianxia was elated. As he observed the changes in the array, he used his divine sense to send a projection into the small sealed world. Seeing Xianxia, Baiya and Baizhua cupped their fists, Brother Yang. Yang Kai looked down at a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Then he arched his brow. Did you manage to extricate him? This middle-aged man was the Emperor Realm Master who had been captured some time ago. Recently, Bai Zhua had been trying to come up with a way to break the secret technique the blood demons had used on those from Demon Heavenly Dao. It wasn't until this day that he finally achieved success. Presently, the middle-aged man was pale, and his aura was unstable. It seemed that he was still very weak. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, though, this man quickly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. With a smile, Yang Kai gently clapped his shoulder to motion for him to sit properly. This man really seemed to have no energy left, so he could only cup his fists at Yang Kai while he sat on the ground. Palace Master Yang, many thanks for saving this pitiful one's life. He's become clear-headed? Yang Kai raised his brow. Bai Zhua turned his palm over and revealed a drop of blood, which was squirming like it was a living creature. However, the drop of blood was filled with demon essence and a sense of ferocity. Obviously, it was demon blood. Bai Zhua said, "This is the culprit." Yang Kai took a look at the drop of demon blood and frowned. "What do you mean?" Bai Zhua explained, "A blood demon planted his own blood essence in this fellow, and that blood then circulated through all his veins. It's not usually visible, but the demon essence would be ignited when he entered battle. Therefore, in order to save him, I had to completely extract the drop of blood essence out of him, which was a difficult feat to pull off. Fortunately, it seems he didn't willingly join Demon Heavenly Dao, so he subconsciously resisted this drop of demon blood, and that's why I was able to cure him. Despite this, before treating him, I knew that there's only a 50-50 chance that he could survive." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai knitted his eyebrows together. "You mean, even if we catch more people from Demon Heavenly Dao in the future, it's not guaranteed that they can be saved?" Bai Zhua shook his head. "I'm not capable enough to do so." He was a half-saint, but even he said that he wasn't capable enough to handle this, and it wasn't like they could look for Xueli to help them. At the thought of this, Yang Kai heaved a sigh. Nevertheless, they had saved a person, which could serve as a bit of a consolation. Then, he turned to look at Du Wan, who was still unconscious. "How about her? Can she be saved?" Bai Zhua wouldn't dare to make any promises, so he simply said, "I'll try my best." Yang Kai knew that there was nothing else he could do, so he turned to look at the middle-aged emperor and asked, "What's your name?" The man lethargically replied, "Zhou Quan." After a talk, Yang Kai learned that Zhou Quan was an elder in a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war in the Western Territory broke out, he fell into the hands of the demons because he tried to help his disciples escape. He thought that he was doomed, but unexpectedly, the demons had only imprisoned him. Sometime later, a master from the demon race brought him to a secret room and used some kind of evil secret technique on him, after which he became a member of Demon Heavenly Dao. That was why Bai Zhua said that Zhou Quan hadn't willingly joined Demon Heavenly Dao. He simply fell into the hands of the demons because he wanted to save his disciples. According to him, many cultivators who had been captured by demons would be implanted with demon blood essence, which turned them into members of Demon Heavenly Dao. A large number of them couldn't bear the demon's blood essence though and died directly. Those who survived would become loyal to the demons as though they had transformed into entirely different people. Now that the blood essence had been removed from Zhou Quan's body, he became clear-headed again. Looking back, he couldn't believe that he had worked under the demons. Despite the fact that he was weak, his eyes still turned bloodshot and he gnashed his teeth together as he spoke about it. A smiling Yang Kai said, "There's a chance for you to get your revenge. Do you dare to come with me?" Zhou Quan immediately replied loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare to? As long as I can kill those wretched demons, this Zhou doesn't mind losing his life. I was supposed to have passed away a few years ago anyway. You won't die. I just need you to bring me into the core of Demon Heavenly Dao." Yang Kai put on a smile. He had intended to infiltrate Demon Heavenly Dao, but he couldn't find a way in. Now that Zhou Quan had been saved by Bai Zhua, the chance presented itself. Zhou Quan was an intelligent person, so his gaze brightened when he heard that. "Palace Master Yang, are you talking about the Four Seasons realm?" "That's right. I'm just outside the Four Seasons realm right now. To be honest with you, many people from Demon Heavenly Dao have gathered there." Zhou Quan nodded. "Good. I'll go with you." "Good. Rest for now though. I'll summon you out of this place when the time is right." Yang Kai turned his palm around and passed him a jade bottle, which contained some pills that could help him restore his strength. Zhou Quan took it and thanked him before swallowing the pills and meditating. The people in the valley were still very busy as the array master kept walking around and giving instructions to everyone. It seemed the array would be completed within a day or two. At the break of dawn, they dispersed and returned to their respective hiding places. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai revealed his figure and waved his hand, after which Zhou Quan appeared beside him. Palace Master Yang. Zhou Quan cupped his fists. He had had a proper night's rest, and although his face was still pale, he was already in a better state than he was on the previous night. At the very least, he could walk around with ease and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him what had been going on near the Four Seasons realm, then he said, "You'll take the main role and I'll follow you. There's nothing else you need to do besides getting their acknowledgement and making them accept us." Zhou Quan replied, "That will be simple, Palace Master Yang. Just be ready when I signal you." "Good. Let's go." Yang Kai put on a smile. Zhou Quan then led the way while Yang Kai followed from a short distance behind. At the same time, he put on some clothes that had been prepared beforehand to cover himself fully. He had no other choice because he was too famous in the star boundary. If he came across anyone who recognized him, his identity would be exposed. Although Yang Kai's outfit was rather dubious, he believed that there wouldn't be any problem as long as he could handle it appropriately. After some days of observation, he realized that many of those from Demon Heavenly Dao had also put on disguises, and some of them were even fully covered just like him. Apparently, even though these people were ordered to gather here, they wouldn't want to expose their own background and identity. So his outfit didn't look too out of place. Finished with preparations, they headed straight to the entrance of the Four Seasons realm in the mountain valley. After flying for a bit, Yang Kai said with a gentle smile, "Brother Zhou, we're trying to infiltrate the core of Demon Heavenly Dao, not kill all of them. Please curb your murderous intent." Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan took a series of deep breaths to calm himself down. After his murderous intent lightened, he said, "This Zhou can't help getting furious whenever he thinks about what has happened to his fellow sect members. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, and you'll certainly get your revenge, just not today." Following that, they continued moving forward. After getting a reminder from Yang Kai, Zhou Quan managed to compose himself. When they reached the valley near the Four Seasons realm entrance, they felt someone's divine sense probing them. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the divine sense was coming from a place where the array master was located. Before the big fish revealed himself, all the matters in this place were handled by the array master. Zhou Quan turned to look in that direction while receiving Yang Kai's message in his mind. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai to head inside. Soon, they reached a cave where there was a pale-faced, beardless and sturdy man standing at the entrance. He looked like a blade that had been unsheathed as his sword intent swirled around him, giving him a very dangerous vibe. He was also fairly powerful as he was in the Third Order Emperor realm. This man was the one who had been following the array master around to ensure his safety. According to Yang Kai's observation over the past few days, this man always remained in close proximity to the array master. Seeing Zhou Quan and Yang Kai approaching, the pale-faced man was unfazed as just stared coldly at them. When they arrived at the entrance, Zhou Quan remained silent and fished out a black token before tossing it over. The pale-faced man took the token and made sure that there was nothing wrong with it before passing it back to Zhou Quan. However, he didn't seem to have the intention of stepping aside as he made a next gesture with his hand. Zhou Quan turned to look at Yang Kai, who got his hint and pushed his demon chi. At that instant, a thick layer of demon chi could be seen engulfing him. Instead of exposing his high-ranked demon king's cultivation, Yang Kai only showed the aura of a low-ranked demon king. He wasn't worried that anyone would see through him. Unless a person's soul cultivation was stronger than his, no one could see through his disguise. As a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the pale-faced man was unable to do that. Seeing that Yang Kai was able to reveal his demon chi, the pale-faced man set his mind at ease. All those from Demon Heavenly Dao possessed demon chi. Even if they didn't know each other, they would know that they were from the same organization by showing their demon chi. The token Zhou Quan had just fished out was just proof of his identity. After Yang Kai revealed his demon chi, Zhou Quan said, "I was injured because I was ambushed on the way here, so it's difficult for me to use any secret techniques right now." The demon blood in his body had been drawn out by Baizhua, so there was no way he was able to reveal any demon chi. However, he indeed appeared severely injured, so there was nothing wrong with his statement. In any case, Yang Kai had revealed his identity. Presently, no one in the star boundary was willing to side with anyone from Demon Heavenly Dao. As expected, the pale-faced man didn't doubt him as he frowned. "Who were the ones that ambushed you? Did you leave behind any traces?" Zhou Quan lowered his head a little. "Rest assured, all of them are dead. However, the people who came with me were all killed. Now only my junior brother and I remain." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It's fine. The two of you are enough. Come in and meet Grandmaster Sun before discussing anything else." After that, he turned around and led Zhou Quan and Yang Kai to move further into the cave. The path in the cave became wider as they moved forward. Several dozen people had gathered inside the cave as they were busy arranging the spirit array alongside the array master, the Grandmaster Sun that the pale-faced man had mentioned. Presently, Grandmaster Sun had sat down cross-legged as he was adjusting his breathing. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhou Quan to meet him and then spoke up. Following that, Grandmaster Sun nodded gently and said, "This king has asked all of you to come here to help me arrange this grand spirit array. Now that the array is almost complete, just stay here to recuperate. In 3 days, I will require your assistance. And we will obey Grandmaster Sun's command." Zhou Quan replied. Then he wanted to leave with Yang Kai. When he was about to turn around, Grandmaster Sun suddenly stared at Yang Kai and asked, "Why has your junior brother covered himself up? What is he hiding?" Zhou Quan cupped his fists. "My junior brother's face was damaged in a fire when he was a young kid, so he isn't willing to show his face." He didn't hesitate when he replied to him. Apparently, he had thought about this question before coming here. Grandmaster Sun took one more look at Yang Kai, but he didn't have the intention to harp on this issue. He didn't have a problem with it since Yang Kai and Zhou Quan had passed the pale-faced man's test. Earlier, he had just randomly asked a question. On the other hand, the pale-faced man activated his divine sense in an attempt to find out whether what Zhou Quan had said was true, but there was no way he could see anything. Realizing that Yang Kai's face was blurred, he frowned and thought that the latter was wearing some kind of artifact. Since Grandmaster Sun didn't pursue this matter though, he wasn't willing to cause any trouble either. Although there was a hiccup, they had passed the test. It seemed like a simple test, but if Yang Kai couldn't show any demon chi, he wouldn't have been able to come to this place. Those from Demon Heavenly Dao would never have expected that an oddity like Yang Kai existed. However, this could only be used right now. When the fact that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary was exposed, those from Demon Heavenly Dao would be alerted and this trick would no longer work. They found a quiet corner in the cave and sat down with their legs crossed. Zhou Quan's wounds hadn't healed yet, so he indeed needed to recuperate. On the other hand, Yang Kai was secretly observing the cultivation of the people around the cave. In fact, he had figured everything out before coming here, but he knew that he had to be extra careful and it wouldn't cost a thing to have one more look. Just now, Grandmaster Sun had said that they would be needed in 3 days. Yang Kai speculated that the array would be completed in 3 days, but he wasn't sure what they would have to do when the array started operating. Nanmen Dejun said that this was a summoning array which might be used to call upon some kind of ferocious beast. However, was there such a beast in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, if they did this, they would have to pay a sufficient price. The spirit array was just a base, so what would the sacrifice be? Could it be that those from Demon Heavenly Dao had to sacrifice themselves for this to work? It was unlikely, but currently, it was the only possibility Yang Kai could think of. Whatever the case, the truth would be revealed in 3 days, so Yang Kai could only wait patiently. Over the following days, those from Demon Heavenly Dao lurked in their respective hiding places during the day, and would go out to finish the spirit array at night. However, Grandmaster Sun didn't seem to have the intention of assigning any task to Yang Kai and Zhou Quan. First of all, they had expressed that they were injured. Secondly, the array was about to be completed, so it didn't matter if they participated or not. They just had to expend some energy when the array started running. Hence, they managed to spend a few quiet days in the cave. When the moon rose in the sky on the 3rd night, Grandmaster Sun suddenly got to his feet. Yang Kai, who had been secretly observing him, realized that the latter had become evidently agitated. Grandmaster Sun took a deep breath and said loudly, "All of you, come with me." After he finished speaking, he shuffled out of the cave, followed swiftly by several dozen people. Upon leaving the cave, Yang Kai realized that those from Demon Heavenly Dao, who had been hiding elsewhere in the valley, had all shown up. In just a short moment, several hundred people had gathered together. Grandmaster Sun swept a glance over them and said with a smile, "All Emperor Realm Masters, step forward." After he finished speaking, over 20 people stepped forward. Yang Kai and Zhou Quan were among them. Seeing this, Grandmaster Sun nodded and lifted his hand as over 20 jade slips shot towards the corresponding Emperor Realm Masters. At the same time, he said, "These jade slips contain information on how to run the array and your respective positions in it. Memorize them." Yang Kai took the jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. Just like what Grandmaster Sun had said, the jade slip contained information on how to run the array and the position Yang Kai would have to take later. All of them were supposedly going to use the same method to power the array, but the positions they had to take were different. Over 20 Emperor Realm Masters were required to run this array. Regardless of the array's use, this kind of setup was indeed incredible. It was no wonder that they had spent so much time and energy simply arranging the array. Yang Kai took a look at Zhou Quan and sent him a message through his divine sense. Zhou Quan imperceptibly nodded his head. It wasn't difficult to understand the method that had been branded in the jade slip. Those who could reach the Emperor Realm were not fools, so they memorized the instructions quickly. Just then, Grandmaster Sun leapt into the air and landed on a spot before saying loudly, "We will definitely achieve our goal today. After that, I will reward all of you handsomely. Please assemble now." Upon hearing this, over 20 Emperor Realm Masters flew over and landed on their assigned spots. Yang Kai and Zhou Quan were a few kilometers apart as they were standing in different directions. In that case, Yang Kai would be unable to protect the other should anything happen. However, he had used his divine sense to tell Zhou Quan to flee on his own should they fall into danger. The array was about to be activated and all the Emperor Realm Masters were ready. However, Yang Kai was puzzled. According to Nanmen Dejun, a key was missing from this array. Over the past few days, he hadn't seen Grandmaster Sun make any special preparations, so could the old man have placed the missing item down when Yang Kai wasn't paying attention? It was difficult to ask Nanmen Dejun about it at this point, so Yang Kai could only see how things went. Furthermore, the big fish still hadn't shown up, so he wondered whether his speculation was wrong or the time hadn't come yet. The former outcome wouldn't matter as he could easily kill all the people here despite their large number. If it was the latter, he would have to keep observing for now. Things had come to such a point that Yang Kai didn't find it necessary to be rushed. He wanted to find out what this array's true purpose was. While all the Emperor Realm Masters were standing on their respective spots, the other cultivators were ordered by Grandmaster Sun to head to the middle and sit down cross-legged. Several hundred cultivators were not a lot of people, but they looked intimidating when gathered together. After everything was ready, Grandmaster Sun yelled in an agitated voice, "Begin." Upon hearing that, all Emperor Realm Masters started performing their own hand seals and circulating their power. At that instant, lights could be seen shining at their feet and then shot into the air, which illuminated the entire valley. The dazzling lights soon curbed and turned into patterns in the array as they flowed towards the center. Right then, someone could be heard spraying out liquid from his mouth as the array started buzzing and trembling as though he was about to collapse. The expression on Grandmaster Sun's face changed as he turned to look in a particular direction, only to see that Zhou Quan had turned pale and he was staggering. The blood streaming out of his mouth suggested that he was the one who had sprayed out blood earlier. Grandmaster Sun's face fell when he saw that. Feeling guilty, Zhou Quan said, "It's because of my injury?" Grandmaster Sun cut him off by calling him waste. Then he motioned for the pale-faced man to replace him. This spirit array required everyone to join forces to activate it. Since there was a problem with Zhou Quan, it would affect the entire array. If they didn't make up for it quickly, the array would fall apart in no time. Fortunately, he still had a third-order Emperor Realm Master as his bodyguard who would be useful now. The pale-faced man flew into the array before he clenched Zhou Quan's collar and hurled him away. As he performed a hand seal, the array was soon put under control. In the valley, The array patterns shone again and slowly began rotating. If anyone were to look at it from a bird's-eye view, he would see that the patterns in the valley had formed into a huge yin-yang symbol, which looked like two lively fish as they roamed around the valley. Right then, a beam of lightning struck in the clear sky and a deafening thunder was heard. Following that, a person appeared out of thin air, hovering above the center of the array. Inside the array, Xianxia became both elated and agitated because the person who appeared was a pseudo-great emperor. He almost couldn't contain his urge to laugh. Over the past few days, he had been waiting patiently because he anticipated the arrival of a big fish like this man. When Grandmaster Sun was about to activate the array earlier, he thought that his speculation was wrong and there was no big fish at all. He almost decided to directly kill them all. Fortunately, he had waited for a while longer. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a big fish behind all this. But this man had been extremely cautious and hidden his aura, lurking in the dark for a long time before showing up at the last moment. Xianxia secretly sized up this newcomer and realized that the person was elegantly dressed, as though he was a scholar of some kind. He also kept an amiable smile on his face all the time. Nobody who came across this person would think that he was from Demon Heavenly Dao. In order not to expose himself, Xianxia quickly retracted his gaze. After that person appeared, Grandmaster Sun hurriedly saluted him. "Greetings, Windlord." Windlord lifted his hand. "Good work so far." Grandmaster Sun replied, "It is the Sun's honor to work for Sir. Thanks are unnecessary." Windlord nodded, pleased with Grandmaster Sun's attitude. As Xianxia listened to them, he immediately figured out who the person was. It had only been a short time since he returned to the star boundary, so he knew little about Demon Heavenly Dao. Despite the limited information he had, he knew that the leader of Demon Heavenly Dao was Night Shadow Great Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia had 4 great lords whose names were Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. All of them were pseudo-great emperors. Since this person was a pseudo-great emperor and Grandmaster Sun had called him Windlord, it was apparent that he was one of the 4 great lords that worked directly under Xianxia. There was no doubt that a big fish had been hooked. Xianxia lowered his head as he was worried that his excited expression would expose him. Grandmaster Sun went on to say, "Windlord, everything is prepared." "Very good." Windlord put on a faint smile. "If this mission is successful, you'll be the biggest contributor. This king will definitely put in a good word for you in front of my master." An elated Grandmaster Sun hung his head low and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Windlord." Without speaking further, Windlord turned solemn and lifted both his hands. His expression was that of a pilgrim who was holding a sacred item, but there was nothing in his palms. The next moment, a piece of white bone that was about a palm's length long and curved on both sides appeared in his grasp. There was nothing extraordinary about it as it wasn't a treasure. Besides the fact that it wasn't a bone from a precious beast, it also didn't seem to have any spirituality. However, Windlord was treating this bone as though it was the most precious item in the world. Xianxia frowned as he had no idea what the secret hidden behind the bone was. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a human rib. Judging from the color, the owner of the rib must have passed away a long time ago. It wasn't certain how this ordinary-looking bone could remain intact until now. After summoning the rib, Windlord suddenly lifted his hand and then forcefully pushed it down. Below him was the spot where the hundreds of Demon Heavenly Dao's disciples were meditating with their legs crossed. Presently, all of them had closed their eyes to adjust their breathing, so they couldn't have expected that they would be killed. These people were not even Emperor Realm Masters though, so even if they had figured out in advance that Windlord would make a move on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist. Following his strike, a gale turned into a tornado and engulfed all those below in an instant, drawing shrieks of pain and terror from below. The over 20 Emperor Realm Masters had their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Windlord in horror. Apparently, they had no idea Windlord would do such a thing. These disciples were brought over by them but were all dead now. Why would Windlord kill them so ruthlessly? Although they had been demonified and become part of Demon Heavenly Dao, they still treasured their lives. In a life-or-death moment like this, all they would consider were themselves. Grandmaster Sun immediately bellowed, "All of you settle down. If the array is interrupted now, all of you will suffer severe backlash." Wind Lord has obtained enough blood from the sacrifice, so your lives are not required. All you must do is help maintain the array. Regardless of whether what he had said was true or not, the Emperor Realm Masters relaxed slightly upon hearing this. However, they were still displeased that such information had been hidden from them until now. They were also frustrated at the fact that this array couldn't be interrupted without all of them suffering backlash. The only person who was unfazed was Xianxia, because he was powerful enough to battle against Wind Lord. Furthermore, this array indeed required human lives as sacrifices. Xianxia already had this speculation, but he hadn't been certain. What Wind Lord had done had basically proved him right. Inside the tornado, the shrieks only lasted a short time before they died down. Although there were hundreds of demon heavenly Dao's disciples, they were totally no match for the pseudo-great emperor and were all killed with just one strike. Wind Lord curled his finger, after which a gap appeared in the tornado. Through the gap, a river of blood streamed out and was then drawn towards him before flowing into the rib in his hand. As soon as the blood came into contact with the bone, it disappeared. It was a very strange sight. There didn't seem to be anything extraordinary about the piece of bone, but it was able to devour so much blood without its color changing. The blood collected from hundreds of people was abundant, but under Windlord's lead it continuously streamed into the rib. Gradually, the rib went through some changes. Some complicated patterns started appearing on the rib. It seemed that these patterns were already on the rib, but they were hidden by someone using an abstruse technique. Following what Wind Lord had done, they finally resurfaced. Upon seeing the patterns, Wind Lord became excited. As the bone kept devouring the blood, more patterns appeared and slowly covered the entire rib. At the same time, a very special aura started exuding from it. Xianxia shuddered and his expression was transformed by horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel that it belonged to a great emperor. After so much blood was devoured, many patterns started appearing on the ordinary-looking rib, which was now exuding a great emperor's aura. Initially, Xianxia thought that he was mistaken, but the aura slowly got stronger. The reason it had turned weak was that a long time had passed since the true owner of this rib died. Despite that, the core power within the bone never changed. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was already surprised that a big fish had taken the bait, but he couldn't have expected such a turn of events. A great emperor's aura wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it had something to do with the rib, it meant that the bone belonged to one of the great emperors. Who? Who does it belong to? He had met all 10 great emperors of the star boundary, and he had also come into contact with heaven-devouring great emperor Wuxia, so he was certain that this rib didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't a rib from the present great emperors, it meant that it must belong to one of the great emperors from the past. All of a sudden, a great emperor's name sprang into Xianxia's mind. Just then, Wind Lord abruptly grunted. Xianxia shot him a secret glance and realized that the rib in Wind Lord's hand was buzzing and shaking, as though it was about to fly away. Certainly, Wind Lord wouldn't allow that to happen, so he grabbed the bone instead and firmly held it in his right hand. The bone was still shaking, and a grunt was heard again. Xianxia could clearly see that Wind Lord's right hand, which was holding the rib, was aging rapidly as his skin withered and became dull. At that instant, it seemed that 1,000 years had passed for his right hand. It was then Xianxia became certain that his speculation was right. They were now at the entrance of the Four Seasons realm, and the person related to this place was none other than Flowing Time Great Emperor. It wasn't certain how Windlord managed to obtain one of the ribs from Flowing Time Great Emperor, but he had summoned others to arrange a grand array here and used some kind of evil secret technique to reignite the hidden spirituality in the bone. It was apparent that he had a very aggressive goal. Although many years had passed, and it was just a rib, the power of the great emperor's time principles had been branded into every part of his body. The power of time within the rib was still enough to make Wind Lord suffer a setback. Wind Lord was a pseudo-great emperor, while Flowing Time Great Emperor was someone who had passed away countless years ago. However, only a single rib from the great emperor's body was able to manifest so much power, so his capabilities were obviously inconceivable. It was no wonder people always said that throughout the history of the star boundary, only Flowing Time Great Emperor was an equal match for heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wuxia. Nevertheless, they were not born in the same era. Otherwise, there would have been an epic competition for the top position. Although Flowing Time Great Emperor's rib was powerful, it was ultimately a dead object. Therefore, Windlord was able to resist it, as he pushed his immense demon chi to resist the time principles within the bone. His withered right hand started restoring in a rapid manner. Seeing that, he sneered and raised the bone in his hand. At that instant, all the lights in the valley seemed to focus on that single rib. Windlord performed a hand seal with one hand, and as his figure contorted, he flew down to the array, standing at its core. In just a moment, the great emperor's bone became an indispensable part of the array. Following that, the over 20 Emperor Realm Masters pushed their demon chi into the array and infused it into the rib. Just then, all the Emperor Realm Masters were startled while Xianxia's expression changed. That was because when the array became complete, everyone could feel that they had become a part of the array. Their energy streamed into the array and flowed around before entering the great emperor's bone. The situation was just like what Grandmaster Sun had said. Once the spirit array started running, no one could stop it as they pleased. Otherwise, they would suffer a serious backlash. The power of the backlash was equivalent to a collective strike from all the Emperor Realm Masters attached to the array, so no one could resist it. Even Windlord wouldn't be able to parry the strike. Xianxia felt frustrated as he was just here to find out the intention of those from Demon Heavenly Dao. Earlier, he joined the array just to conceal his identity. However, he hadn't expected that he would be in a tight spot now, which was quite embarrassing for him. Although he was powerful and his half-dragon body was incredibly tough, he would still end up in a miserable state if he were to bear the array's backlash. Nevertheless, he was displeased at the thought that he would have to spend so much effort to maintain the array for Demon Heavenly Dao. Even though it looked like a deadlock, there was still a way to resolve the situation. Xianxia came up with several possible solutions before he managed to calm down and decided to keep observing until the critical moment. The array's power continued flowing into the great emperor's bone as the spirituality within the rib was slowly awakened. The great emperor's aura became thicker and more conspicuous. Time principles were wreaking havoc in a particular space in the sky as the flow of time alternated between fast and slow, which made that area of space warp unnaturally. When the aura around the bone reached its peak, a glint flashed across the eyes of the unmoving Windlord as he shouted, "Open." With the bone in his right hand, he pointed at the space in front of him. Following that, a ripple spread from that region of space. With the bone as the center, it expanded as more ripples continuously spread out, which made the area look somewhat surreal. In the bizarre-looking space, something massive slowly took shape. Initially, the contours of the object were very blurred, so no one could tell what it was. It was like a mirage, but as Windlord continued channeling his technique and forming new hand seals, the image quickly became clear. All the Emperor Realm Masters who were sustaining the array looked up in horror as they couldn't move their eyes away from the contour. It was apparently the contour of a palace. Windlord was pulling out a gigantic palace from the void. As the palace became clear, everyone was engulfed by an incredible pressure. It was as though Windlord was drawing out a ferocious beast instead of a palace, and it was going to devour everyone at the scene. Grandmaster Sun guffawed and yelled, "The almighty Windlord has drawn out the flowing time temple. Demon Heavenly Dao will unify the entire star boundary and rule over it for eternity." Flowing time temple. It's really the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that all the Emperor Realm Masters realized what palace Windlord had just pulled out from the void. It was the legendary palace of Flowing Time Great Emperor, Flowing Time Temple. They were aware that they were in a valley where the entrance of the Four Seasons realm was located, so it wasn't that strange for the Flowing Time Temple to appear from inside the void. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that they realized what an important event it was that they had just participated in. At that instant, all of them were excited as they knew that they would be rewarded handsomely in the future for their efforts. The hundreds of disciples who were killed by Windlord as sacrifices didn't matter anymore. Xianxia played along and pretended to be agitated. As he stared at the familiar Flowing Time Temple, he thought that what Nanmen Dejun had said was right. The spirit array Grandmaster Sun had arranged was indeed a summoning array, but he intended to summon Flowing Time Temple from the Four Seasons realm instead of some beast. The cultivators from Demon Heavenly Dao were truly greedy as they even had their eye on the palace of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Nevertheless, Kenyi was a great emperor himself. Although the flowing time temple was an amazing treasure, it might not be useful to him at all. However, it was a different case for Windlord. As a pseudo-great emperor, if he were able to obtain the flowing time temple, he might stand a chance to comprehend the secrets of time principles and reach the peak of the Grand Tao. That was the reason why Windlord was in charge of this matter instead of Kenyi. Furthermore, Nanmen Dejun had said that a key item was missing from this spirit array, which was now obviously the Great Emperor's bone in Windlord's hand. The flowing time temple was hidden within the Four Seasons realm, but it wouldn't open up before the time came. However, a bone from flowing time Great Emperor could be used to communicate with it. With over 20 Emperor Realm Masters infusing their energy into the array and using flowing time Great Emperor's bone as a medium, Windlord was able to pull off such a feat even though he was just a pseudo-Great Emperor. Those from Demon Heavenly Tao had an ambitious goal, and they were willing to spend lots of time and effort to accomplish their objectives. As the huge palace became clear as every brick and tile exuded an ancient aura, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. Finally, he understood what those from Demon Heavenly Tao were up to. He had been holding back for a long time for a moment like this. Swiftly, he communicated with the small sealed world using his divine sense. And as he opened his eyes again, a murderous intent could be seen brimming from his gaze. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared around Xianxia. One of the figures directly pounced on the Emperor Realm Masters closest to Xianxia, while the other 2 figures launched themselves at Windlord. 3 half-saints had joined forces for a surprise attack, so no one was able to resist them. At the very least, the Emperor Realm Master closest to Xianxia was unable to parry the attack. He was only a First-Order Emperor Realm, and he was engrossed in watching the manifestation of the flowing time temple in the sky, so he had never expected that the person beside him would summon someone to attack him. Nevertheless, even if he had figured it out in advance, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya reached him and extended his finger, that person then appeared shocked and turned to look at Baya as he wondered why a man had appeared out of thin air. Baya didn't have any murderous intent at all, as his intention was to destroy the array. However, when his finger came into contact with that person, the latter exploded into mist without even a chance to grunt. In an instant, he was killed and not even a single bone was left. It wasn't that Baya had killed him. Instead, he had lost his life due to the backlash of the array. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he was unable to parry the collective strike from over 20 Emperor Realm Masters. Besides him, Baya was also sent flying backwards like a wet rag. The demon chi around him undulated as he coughed up some blood in midair before he landed on the ground, looking quite battered. One by one, the Emperor Realm Masters in the array grunted and suffered backlash as well. The stronger ones only felt dizzy and staggered, while the weaker ones sprayed out blood and collapsed to the ground. When the backlash broke out, no one was spared. It seemed that Grandmaster Sun didn't lie to them. However, the backlash didn't have the same effect on everyone. The stronger cultivators were able to bear it, while the weaker cultivators were most severely affected, especially the one who was disturbed by Baya's finger. It could be said that he had destroyed the array, so the backlash he was stricken with was the harshest. That was why he exploded on the spot. The backlash did not spare Xianxia either, as he began seeing stars and felt dizzy. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea exuded lights of 7 colors and swept a cooling sensation over him, which allowed him to pull himself together. However, he was shocked when he looked up. While Baya was destroying the array, the embodiment and Baizhua had pounced on Windlord. Both half-saints were fairly powerful. Baizhua was one of the half-saints who worked under Yu Meng, and it had been a long time since he reached his current realm, so his foundation was solid. On the other hand, even though the embodiment was a new half-saint, he had the body of a stone spirit and had obtained Shi Hua's source. Furthermore, he had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so his heritage was immense as well. Either one of them was an equal match for Windlord, so the expected result was them easily defeating the latter when they worked together. Hence, Xianxia thought that even if Windlord wouldn't lose the battle that quickly, he would be in a terrible state, as the embodiment and Baizhua could easily suppress him. When Baya managed to pull himself together, it would be 3 people against 1, and if Xianxia also joined the battle, they could easily defeat Windlord. However, reality was different from what Xianxia had imagined. At this moment, the embodiment and Baizhua were just 300 meters away from Windlord. However, Baizhua was rooted to the spot, still in a lunging posture. It wasn't that he had frozen in place as he was still moving forward, but his speed was incredibly slow. Judging from his current speed, it would take him at least 3 years before he reached Windlord. On the other hand, the embodiment reached Windlord and launched into an intense battle with him. Both of their movements were unbelievably fast, far beyond what they should have been capable of. In fact, their movements were accelerated manifolds by an invisible power. In the blink of an eye, they had traded several thousands of moves as the world seemed to be shaking and explosions happened everywhere due to their battle. Countless afterimages had been left behind as well, and at first glance, it was as though an innumerable number of embodiments and Windlords were clashing all at once. If it wasn't for Xianxia's powerful cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to see what was happening at all. On one hand, the embodiment and Windlord were unbelievably fast, while on the other hand, Baizhua was incredibly slow. The stark contrast looked very odd to the beholder. With just one look, Xianxia immediately understood that the time within a radius of 300 meters around Windlord had been warped, which caused this kind of fantastical scene. At this moment, what was perceived from the outsider's perspective was not the same as what was perceived by those inside the field. This had something to do with the great Emperor's bone instead of Windlord's own power. Without hesitating, Xianxia leapt into the air and launched himself at Windlord. He sported a solemn expression as his demon chi swirled around him. With a thick layer of demon chi that had engulfed him, he performed a hand seal with both hands and yelled, "Time flows on infinitely like a mighty stream, like an unending dream." Just 300 meters away from the battle, Xianxia pushed out his palms. In an instant, time and space around Windlord became orderly again. Although Xianxia wasn't an expert in the Tao of Time, he knew a thing or two about it. His divine ability, Time Fly's Seal, was inherited from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and it was good enough to resist the disruptive power of the Great Emperor's bone. At the same time, Baizhua broke free from the chains of time principles. As he howled and lifted his hand, a blood river shot towards Windlord. In the blood river, wraiths could be seen rolling and wailing, which gave off a horrifying aura. The embodiment extended his hand and summoned out the demonic war hammer. Following that, he brandished his hammer at Windlord. 2 half-saints and 1 high-ranked demon king used their divine abilities and attacked Windlord. The power of their collective strike was stunning. The turn of events caused Windlord's expression to change drastically. As a pseudo-great emperor, he had incredibly sharp senses, so he knew that both the embodiment and Baizhua were not easy to deal with. There was also Baiye, who was sent flying backwards after suffering from the array's backlash. Now, there were 3 half-saints ganged up on him. How was he supposed to battle against them? At such a critical moment, a thought sprang into his mind as he stared at Xianxia and bellowed through clenched teeth, "Xianxia!" As one of the 4 great lords in Demon Heavenly Tao, he was able to gather information that most people wouldn't have access to. When Xianxia, Yu Meng, and the others returned from the demon realm, they had come across Kenyi in the Two Worlds Passage, so Night Shadow Great Emperor spread the news. Windlord obtained this information from Kenyi directly. Hence, he wouldn't doubt why half-saints from the demon race would make a move against him because he knew that they were enemies. He indeed lived up to his status as a pseudo-great emperor as he was able to remain unfazed. As a thought flashed across his mind, a gale was suddenly formed. Following that, countless wind blades swirled around him and served as a protective shield. At the same time, he summoned a shuttle-shaped artifact and hurled it at Baizhua. The artifact was only a palm's length long and it looked very ordinary. However, Baizhua hurriedly stopped in his tracks as though he was facing a formidable foe. Then, the blood river returned to protect him. With a loud boom, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded and caused the blood river to scatter apart. As a consequence, Baizhua staggered back more than 1,000 meters, looking quite battered. Windlord lifted his hand again and pressed his palm against the embodiment's demonic war hammer. Upon impact, the embodiment was sent flying backwards while Windlord turned into a gust of wind and easily neutralized the violent attack. In the blink of an eye, Windlord was able to push back 2 half-saints, so it was apparent that he was truly powerful. On the other hand, Xianxia managed to land his Time Fly's seal on Windlord's chest. Windlord grunted as his facial features contorted. His face could be seen aging rapidly, but it soon stopped and his face was quickly restored to its original state. Although the time flies seal was a powerful technique, it would be rendered useless if the difference in strength was too great. Windlord was a pseudo-great emperor, and he was even able to resist the corrosion of time principles within the great emperor's bone, so it was expected that he could counter time flies seal as well. Nevertheless, he wasn't totally fine. Yang Kai's attack had slightly injured him. Just then, the embodiment and Baizhua returned while Baiya suppressed the turbulent vitality in his body and flew over. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the three half-saints' murderous intent as Yang Kai cast time flies seal again. Windlord appeared helpless. He was able to parry the collective attack by two half-saints and Yang Kai once, but he couldn't do it again. Moreover, Baiya joined the battle this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but rather that he was facing four opponents, who were all individually his equal. He had some Emperor Realm Masters who worked for him, but due to the Spirit Array's backlash, they were either dead or injured, so they were useless right now. The only healthy one was Grandmaster Sun, but he was an Array Master, so he wasn't adept at fighting. Clenching his teeth, he blamed Yang Kai and the others for being shameless as they oppressed him with more people on their side, which wasn't what top cultivators were supposed to do. However, he didn't intend to raise the white flag here. With determination written all over his face, he bit his tongue and sprayed his blood essence on the great emperor's bone. A dazzling light shone as a golden character shot out of the great emperor's bone. The character looked odd and no one could recognize what it was. Yang Kai and the others had their expressions changed. Even though they couldn't recognize this character, they could feel a very dangerous aura coming from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and charged forward instead of retreating, sending out his time flies seal again. At the same time, the embodiment wielded his demonic war hammer while Baizhua and Baiya used their respective divine abilities. Right then, a golden light flashed across their eyes as all their minds seemed to have turned blank. When Yang Kai recovered a moment later, he realized that Windlord's face had aged slightly. He looked like a 30-year-old man previously, but he now looked like he was in his 40s. The time flies seal had dispersed while the attacks from the embodiment, Baiya, and Baizhua disappeared as well. Just now, only a breath of time seemed to have passed, but none of them knew what had happened during that brief period. Windlord, whose appearance seems to have aged by 10 years, sported an inscrutable smile. As a thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he quickly examined himself, and upon making sure that he was fine, he set his mind at ease. However, he was still drenched in cold sweat. Just now, Windlord must have done something, but no one saw it or detected it. Then he turned to look at the half-saints and found the problem. Baizhua was rooted to the spot as he was as unmoving as a sculpture. There was a faint golden glow on his chest. It was apparent that he was struck by an attack. Baiya realized the problem earlier than he did, and with a dark expression, he said, "He's not dead." Indeed, the vitality within Baizhua was still vibrant, and there was no trace of any injury on him. However, for some reason, he had become as stiff as a statue. The golden character that had flown out from the great emperor's bone had vanished as well. Certainly, the state Baizhua was in must have something to do with that golden character. "Are you still going to fight?" Windlord put on a smile as though he was certain that he would win. "All of you will lose your lives here. Flee now and perhaps you can live a while longer." "Kill!" Yang Kai bellowed in response, swinging his arms widely, sending out a moon blade towards Windlord. At the same time, the embodiment and Baiya launched themselves at Windlord from opposite sides. Once more, Windlord spat a mouthful of blood essence on the great emperor's bone. Seeing this, Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. The strange golden character which contained an immense power appeared once more. Apparently, it was a divine ability hidden in the great emperor's bone. Even though Baizhua had been petrified, it wouldn't affect this situation as Yang Kai still had two half-saints with him. However, he hadn't expected that Windlord could use the same trick more than once. It seemed that they were powerless to counter his attack. Although Windlord had sacrificed his own blood essence to launch this strike, he was able to petrify a half-saint with the golden character. If he kept coughing up mouthfuls of blood essence, all of them would be doomed. The great emperor's bone shone again as the golden character shot out. Just like what had happened earlier when the golden character appeared, all their minds seemed to freeze. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he and the embodiment were still fine. However, just like Bai Zhua, Baiya had turned into a sculpture. The price Wind Lord had to pay was that he had aged even more. Earlier, he was an elegant-looking middle-aged man, but now he had become an old man in his 50s or 60s. Xianxia stared at the bone in Wind Lord's hand with narrowed eyes and said grimly, "If you're still able to use the same trick one more time, I'll cut my head off for you." Wind Lord coughed and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Palace Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp. Given my ability, I'm only able to use this move twice." It wasn't that Xianxia had the eyes of an eagle, it was just that after the golden character appeared for the second time, a lot of small cracks started appearing on the Great Emperor's bone. Obviously, this kind of move would also damage the Great Emperor's rib, and it couldn't be used for a third time. Xianxia arrogantly lifted his chin and said callously, "Come then, how would you like to die?" At this moment, he was completely incensed. They were in an advantageous position as they had more people on their side, so supposedly it shouldn't have been hard for them to capture the pseudo-Great Emperor. However, their opponent managed to strike first and petrify Bai Zhua and Baiya. The two half-saints still had very strong vitality, and there were no signs that they were wounded. Nevertheless, no one knew what kind of divine ability the golden character was. All Xianxia knew was that he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to undo its effects. That was the reason Xianxia was infuriated. However, they were still in a favorable position presently. Wind Lord had activated the Great Emperor's divine ability twice, and he had paid a hefty price. On the other hand, Xianxia and the embodiment were still in top form. If they got into a fight, there was no way Wind Lord would be able to defeat them. Despite being in an unfavorable position, Wind Lord still kept a smile on his face. "Palace Master Yang, are you sure you'll win? Although I can't use the same move again, it doesn't mean I'm weak. Please think twice before you decide to make things difficult for me." Xianxia snorted. "Cripple your cultivation, and this king might consider letting you off." Wind Lord shook his head and burst into laughter. "Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself." As he spoke, he raised the slightly cracked bone in his hand. "There's still a secret technique in this bone. However, I wouldn't want to use it unless I'm left with no other choice. So, I'd like to discuss terms with you." "No need. We are enemies and cannot be friends. Today, either you die or we perish." Appearing to be helpless, Wind Lord lowered his head and fell into his thoughts for a moment before he gazed at Xianxia and asked, "Palace Master Yang, do you insist on forcing this king? Pass me the Great Emperor's bone, and I may consider letting you off." Wind Lord shook his head. "No. Other than that, we can discuss anything else." "There's no need for a discussion, then." After Xianxia finished speaking, his figure blurred. The next moment, he already reached Wind Lord as he pushed out a finger at him. Xianxia had exerted all his might in this finger. It wasn't a divine ability or a secret technique. However, if a pseudo-Great Emperor was struck with this attack, there was no way he would still be fine. The embodiment and Xianxia had their souls connected, so as soon as Xianxia made a move, the embodiment appeared behind Wind Lord. As demon chi swirled around his demonic warhammer, he attempted to smash it down. This time, Wind Lord didn't spray out some blood essence, nor did a golden character appear from the Great Emperor's bone. However, at the critical moment, he flashed a smile at Xianxia. At that instant, Xianxia was alarmed as he pushed his finger forward faster. Even the embodiment became more ferocious as he wielded his demonic warhammer. Just then, a snapping sound was heard as an invisible power engulfed Wind Lord. The sound came from flowing time Great Emperor's rib bone in the Wind Lord's hands. The palm-length rib bone suddenly shattered in half. The first half turned into fine dust and scattered away. At the same time, Xianxia sensed that the Wind Lord was suddenly tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, even though he had clearly been within arm's reach. Both his full-powered attack and the embodiment's demonic warhammer smashed into nothing but empty space. Xianxia lifted his gaze and saw that the Wind Lord's body had blended into the outline of the flowing time temple. It was as though the Wind Lord had entered another world and was staring back at him through the transparent layer of the world barrier that separated them. Standing under the plaque of the flowing time temple situated in front of the magnificent gate, the Wind Lord gritted his teeth with a terrifying expression and shouted, "Xianxia, how dare you ruin this king's plans? This king swears to obliterate High Heaven Palace once he emerges from retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at those words. How could he not know that the Wind Lord had entered the Four Seasons realm? It was not easy to open the Four Seasons realm before the predetermined time. Be that as it may, Xianxia had managed to enter that place, which would mean that the sealed world had not been completely isolated. There were other ways to enter, and Wind Lord had mastered one of those methods. The outline of the flowing time temple that was gradually being revealed had frozen mid-motion when the spirit array was interrupted just now. However, the flowing time temple became indistinct and vanished from sight again when Wind Lord used flowing time Great Emperor's remains in his hands as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm. Wind Lord had set up a spirit array before coming here with that rib bone. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his own palace. Unfortunately, that plan had been ruined by Yang Kai and the demon race half-saints he brought with him. The original plan was no longer viable as a result. Hence, Wind Lord had no choice but to settle for second best and entered the flowing time temple himself instead. That was why he resented Yang Kai so deeply and left behind such hateful words. Looking at the situation, the sealed world of the Four Seasons realm would be completely isolated from the star boundary the moment the outline of the flowing time temple disappeared completely. Meanwhile, the flowing time temple faded away quickly. The outline had almost completely disappeared in the time the Wind Lord took to finish his last threat. Yang Kai stepped forward, space principles surging around his body, as his divine sense spread outward like the flowing tide. At the same time he shouted, "Stay here." Those words were directed at the embodiment. The reason Yang Kai couldn't enter the Four Seasons realm previously was that he could not find any weaknesses in the world barrier around it. However, a small connection currently remained between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary thanks to the power of Wind Lord and the Ribbone. With his mastery over the Tao of space, this slight and practically undetectable connection was enough for Yang Kai to break through the world barrier of the sealed world, enter the Four Seasons realm, and pursue his enemy. Regardless of what Wind Lord was plotting, he was still one of the four great lords of the demon heavenly Tao. Yang Kai could not turn a blind eye to the situation now that he had encountered him. Not to mention, those that he was looking for were still inside the Four Seasons realm. He could give chase, but the embodiment could not go with him. Baizhua and Baiya had been hit by the great emperor's divine ability, which had turned them into motionless statues. Somebody needed to stay and look after them. Although he could place Baizhua and Baiya into the small sealed world, the Emperor Realm Masters of Demon Heavenly Tao were not all dead yet, so the embodiment had to stay back and deal with the cleanup. Upon hearing those words, the embodiment understood that the situation did not allow him to follow Yang Kai. Thus, he immediately nodded, "Be careful." Nobody knew better than him just what his main body was capable of. Therefore, he was not too worried even though Wind Lord was a pseudo-great emperor. Not to mention, Wind Lord had activated the divine ability hidden within that rib bone of Flowing Time Great Emperor twice. This would have exhausted a lot of his energy, so how much strength he could exert right now remained questionable. Furthermore, the two children, Yang Shui and Yang Xiao, were not the only ones inside the Four Seasons realm. Masters such as Lu Yen and Xiongqi were there too. Wind Lord might be unaware, but how could the embodiment not know? Wind Lord had assumed that he would be safe if he could just escape into the Four Seasons realm. But the reality was that he had barged right into the lion's den. I wonder how Wind Lord will react when he meets them inside the Four Seasons realm? He will obviously be rather pleasantly surprised, I guess. The best thing about communicating with the embodiment was that Yang Kai did not need to use many words to get his point across. All they needed was a single thought to understand each other's thoughts. Nevertheless, the outline of the Flowing Time Temple had completely disappeared in the time it took for Yang Kai to speak that sentence. Wind Lord's figure had also disappeared along with it. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was about to be severed. Space principles fluctuated wildly as Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. He remained in place for the first 2 steps, looking as though he had not taken a single step forward. It was an extremely strange sight to behold. On the 3rd step, though, he somehow vanished without warning. The embodiment lost his mental connection with Yang Kai at the same time, so he understood that Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm. The battle between a pseudo-great emperor and the half-saints began abruptly and ended just as hastily. It wasn't until this moment that Grandmaster Sun, who had been watching from the sidelines all this while, suddenly turned pale and tried to flee. A figure was already blocking his way though. Zhou Quan's expression was icy and he held two enormous copper hammers in his hands. His posture gave off the impression that he could hold back an army of thousands all by himself as he questioned, "Grandmaster Sun, where do you think you are going?" When the spirit array had been activated, Zhou Quan had circulated his Emperor Qi the reverse and forced himself to cough up a mouthful of blood. He had managed to escape from the spirit array with that method thanks to a suggestion Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to leave once the spirit array was fully operational. Looking at the fate of all the other Emperor Realm Masters lying on the ground at the moment, it was easy to tell that if somebody with as low a cultivation as himself had been caught in the spirit array, they would either be dead or gravely injured by now. Escaping early had allowed him to remain alive. As such, he was in the best condition among all the other Emperor Realm Masters present, except for Grandmaster Sun. Although Grandmaster Sun was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with profound knowledge in spirit arrays, his combat power was quite poor. A demon race half-saint had been glaring at him from the side in the first place, and now his escape route was blocked by Zhou Quan, so he immediately looked panicked. Putting on a strong act though, he threatened, "Make way or this king won't spare you." Zhou Quan shook his head slowly. "It's best if Grandmaster Sun remains here until Palace Master Yang returns." He did not immediately move to kill, as his own experience was the best example. As long as they could remove the blood demon's blood essence from the body, those of Demon Heavenly Tao would be able to recover their original selves and stop serving the demon race. Unless those people had sincerely and voluntarily joined the demon race's side, most who had their dispositions modified by the evil secret technique would greatly regret their actions and repent. Zhou Quan did not know about the others, but he had heard people saying that Grandmaster Sun had been captured by the demon race and subjected to the evil secret technique. Seeing that words were useless, Grandmaster Sun made a decisive move. He tossed a jade token into the air and aimed it at Zhou Quan. The method commonly used by array masters in a fight was to summon array plates. The spirit array sealed in the array plate was quick and convenient to activate after all. Zhou Quan waited attentively. Before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. He looked over and saw that it was one of the helpers Yang Kai had summoned previously. Squeezing slightly, the array plate exploded in a cloud of dust. A violent burst of energy spilled out from the embodiment's hands, but it did not harm him one bit. Grandmaster Sun's expression changed drastically at the sight, and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment couldn't be bothered to fight with Grandmaster Sun, so with a quick rush, he threw a punch and smashed Grandmaster Sun into an unconscious heap on the ground. Zhou Quan watched by the side, cold sweat dripping down his back. When one was strong enough, fighting seemed so simple and violent at the same time. Yang Kai appeared leisurely inside the sealed world that was isolated from the outside world, but saw neither hide nor hair of the flowing Time Temple or Wind Lord. Although he had immediately chased after Wind Lord, a difference of a single step was equivalent to several thousand kilometers when moving through the void. Therefore, the current situation was not surprising. He came to the Four Seasons realm once before when his cultivation was still very low. In contrast, he was a third-order emperor now when he came back. The Four Seasons realm originally did not allow cultivators above the Tao Source realm to enter. The sealed world had its own principles that all should be subjected to unless a person was able to surpass the limits of these principles. However, Xianxia had opened one of the back doors to this place previously and brought Lu Yen into this place. And now, Wind Lord had barged into this space with the remains of the great emperor who created this place in his hands. As a result, the principles governing the cultivation restriction had been broken. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have been able to enter this place safely. Nevertheless, this place was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, he had the vague feeling that the surrounding scenery seemed very familiar. He probably came here before in the past. Mulling over it some more, it suddenly dawned on him. This was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into four major domains: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The Two Seasons mountain range ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the world into 4 domains. For that reason, the left side and the right side of the Two Seasons mountain range experienced 2 different seasons. It was very mysterious. Upon recognizing his current position, Xianxia concentrated on recalling where the flowing time temple was located. Then, he flew off after determining the correct direction. He had only taken a single step forward when he suddenly froze mid-motion with a look of shock on his face. That was because the environment around him had changed drastically with that one step he took. When he first entered this place, it had been scorching hot, as though in the middle of summer. To his surprise, the scorching heat instantly disappeared after he took that step. It was immediately replaced by a cold wind whistling in his ears and a blanket of white snow covering everything in his vision. He seemed to have walked right into the middle of winter. The biting cold of winter seeped into his body through his pores. An ordinary person would have frozen to death if they experienced this for more than a few breaths. He had not encountered changes like this when he last came here, so Xianxia couldn't help frowning in response. Even though the seasons had changed abruptly across boundaries in this sealed world, there had been no sense of abruptness. The scenery he saw before him was completely in line with the season he was experiencing. It was almost as though the step he took had taken him into a whole other world. Pondering in silence for a moment, he took another step. The moment his foot landed on the ground, the biting cold vanished and was replaced by a bleak autumn wind. The snow around him vanished, the leaves withered, and the trees in the jungle became laden with fruits. After summer and winter, it was now autumn. He lifted his foot again. This time around, he did not step forward but took a step back instead. Logically speaking, he should have been brought back to the winter site that greeted him just now. Contrary to Xianxia's expectations, however, his step backwards brought him not to the winter scenery he expected to see but spring, where everything was coming back to life. He did not hesitate and walked forward again. Step after step, the scenery around him changed like flipping the pages of a book. It no longer felt as though it was just his vision. Rather, it was the entire sealed world that was experiencing one season with every step he took. Moreover, there was no fixed pattern to it. The 4 seasons seemed to change at random. At this point, Xianxia was scowling more deeply than ever. Although he did not know what had happened within the 4 seasons realm, it would seem that some great change had occurred. What worried him was whether the change had been caused by Windlord or if it had existed prior to this incident. If it was the former, then it was not a big deal. He only needed to find and get rid of Windlord to solve the issue. If it was the latter, that would mean that Xianxia and the others might have encountered some sort of trouble. Why else would such a change occur in the 4 seasons realm for no reason? The seasons in the 4 seasons realm kept changing every time Xianxia took a step forward. If he came across such a phenomenon in the past, he would have been elated. After all, it was normally difficult to see such wonderful sights. If he stopped to comprehend the wonder around him, he would definitely gain some insights. However, he was in a rush now, so he didn't have the heart to comprehend anything. Feeling frustrated, he headed straight to the flowing time temple. As time passed, his expression became solemn. That was because he could feel that he was aging. It had only been over 100 years since he started cultivating, and cultivators absorbed world energy to increase their own strength, which allowed them to stay youthful. Hence, Xianxia only looked like a young man in his 20s or early 30s. Perhaps his appearance still wouldn't change after hundreds or even thousands of years. Normally, it was impossible for anyone to feel that they were aging, unless the speed at which it was happening was incredibly rapid, and that was the situation Xianxia was in presently. As the seasons kept changing for every step he took and as he charged forward, he could clearly feel that time was passing quickly. He had only moved for several dozen kilometers, but he felt as if several dozen years had passed. This wasn't an illusion or his mind playing tricks on him either. He was certain that several dozen years had truly passed. In other words, he had only moved forward in the 4 seasons realm for several dozen kilometers, but he had also aged by several dozen years for seemingly no reason. That revelation made his heart sink. He wasn't sure whether it was due to the abnormality in the 4 seasons realm, or he had really aged by so many years. Whatever the reason, he could not stop. Despite knowing that time was truly flying, he had to keep moving forward rapidly. He decided to pull himself together and stopped letting the passing of time bother him. A long time later, Xianxia stopped in his tracks when he saw a huge palace in front of him. Looking up, he felt an ancient aura coming at him, which caused him to fall into a dazed state. At that instant, he had forgotten why he had come all the way to this place, and could not remember who he actually was. He had crossed 1,000 kilometers, which translated to 1,000 years of time having passed. Whatever had happened in the outside world, Xianxia could perceive that 1,000 years had passed for him. He had basically stopped thinking while instinctively flying forward. It could be expected that he would feel lost when he reached his destination. However, when the words flowing time temple came into his sight, his blurred vision brightened and his mind became clear again. He finally remembered who he was and the reason he had come to this place. Since the door was open, he decided to step right in. The moment he moved past the door, he entered the flowing time temple. Before he managed to investigate the surroundings, he saw a figure coming at him. With a grim expression, he circulated his demon chi and was ready to make a move. However, when he made out the person's face, he widened his eyes in disbelief. That was because the person's outfit and demeanor were identical to those of his own. If there were a mirror in front of him, he would have thought that he was looking at his own reflection. Upon closer look, he realized that there were still some differences. The other person looked older than him by a few years. Moreover, he was apparently injured as blood was still streaming out of his mouth. Certainly, both of them could see one another. As their eyes met, the other person didn't wait for Xianxia to speak as he shouted, "Cut the crap. Look for your son this instant." After he finished speaking, he whizzed past Xianxia like a gust of wind and disappeared into a void crack. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia realized the hall was filled with void cracks. The cracks came in different sizes, but they all looked like the hideous mouths of beasts, as though they were ready to devour anyone who approached. Xianxia was befuddled by what he had just said. Although he had a few wives, he still didn't have a son. Nevertheless, he did have an adoptive son, who was a member of the dragon clan. He thought that he could see that brat upon entering the hall, but he could not have expected that this strange sight was what awaited him. Whatever the case, Xianxia couldn't stop minding it after a person that looked identical to him had shown up. Without hesitation, he followed that person and charged into the void crack. The next moment, he saw the world around him spinning. Then he appeared in a hall again. The hall looked just like the one earlier, as though he hadn't moved at all. The place was still filled with void cracks. However, he was no longer in sight, which made Xianxia frown. He had stepped into the same crack, so why had he gone missing? While he was puzzled, a void crack beside him could be seen fluctuating. Xianxia turned his head to look at it, only to see another person that looked identical to him rushing out. This person looked even more severely injured as he was drenched in golden blood. All his clothes had become tattered and his face was as pale as a white sheet. Presently, he was running toward Xianxia. At that instant, Xianxia was shocked. He was stumped when he saw his first self earlier. Although he was astounded, he didn't read too much into it as he thought that it might just be an illusion. However, when his second self appeared, he immediately examined him, and the result was horrifying. That was because the other person was really himself. Besides the identical outfit and aura, the energy fluctuation and divine sense from that person were also exactly the same. It was impossible that two identical people existed in this world. Even if they were twins, there would still be some minor differences between them. However, the two selves he had come across were totally identical to him, except that they looked slightly older. Nevertheless, the older appearance suggested that he hadn't just become older by a few years. When he was flying across the Four Seasons realm earlier, he sensed that 1,000 years had passed. When he was affected by the power of time previously, which caused him to age by 1,000 years, his appearance still didn't change one bit. It had to be more than 1,000 years for him to start showing signs of aging. Perhaps 2,000 or even 3,000 years had passed for his other selves. Furthermore, after a careful examination, Xianxia realized that the present self looked slightly different from the first self he just saw. Xianxia didn't have the heart to make a move on himself, so he quickly shouted, "Stop." The second self turned to look at him and grinned, "Run. Are you waiting for death by just standing there?" Xianxia felt odd as his other self had just spoken to him, so he was lost for words. While he was hesitating, the second self, just like the first one, had disappeared into a void crack. The next moment, a figure shot out from the crack where his second self had gone into. He was elegantly dressed, and his demeanor seemed gentle. He was none other than Wind Lord. Earlier, Wind Lord had repeatedly coughed out blood essence to activate the divine ability, hidden in flowing time Great Emperor's rib bone, which caused serious damage to himself. He had also aged by 20 to 30 years, so he had turned from a man in his 30s to someone in his old age. However, at this moment, Wind Lord had returned to his original state. Moreover, his aura was abundant, which suggested that it had been fully restored. In fact, his aura had become even more imposing than in the past. Xianxia was stunned as he didn't understand how Wind Lord managed to achieve this. After Wind Lord activated the divine ability in the rib bone by using his own blood essence, supposedly it would take him 80 to 100 years of meditation to recover from the damage. Even if he had some Emperor-grade pills or artifacts that could help him shorten the time needed, he couldn't have recovered so soon. Although Xianxia could feel that 1,000 years had passed when he was moving across the Four Seasons realm, he thought that it was just what he had perceived, not what had actually happened. Damn it! Xianxia cursed in his heart. The reason he entered the Four Seasons realm on his own instead of letting the embodiment follow him was that the latter had to stay in the outside world to clean up the mess. Also, he was confident of his own capabilities. While he was fine, Wind Lord was severely injured. Moreover, Lu Yen and Xianxia were supposedly inside the Flowing Time Temple. Wind Lord barged into this place because he wasn't aware of this fact, therefore Xianxia would just have to call out to Lu Yen and Xianxia. When they joined forces, they could easily defeat Wind Lord. However, it turned out that Lu Yen and Xianxia were missing as he couldn't detect their presence. On the other hand, Wind Lord was as imposing as a tiger. This was different from what Xianxia had expected. While Xianxia was lost in his thoughts, Wind Lord saw him but didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Which Xianxia are you?" Xianxia frowned and fell silent mainly because he didn't know how to reply to him. Wind Lord went on to say, "Whatever. It makes no difference. I just have to kill any one of you." Upon finishing his words, he lifted his hand and pushed out a palm towards Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia hurriedly activated his demon chi and bellowed as his mountains and rivers bell shot out to intercept the attack. When a loud boom was heard, the mountains and rivers bell shone brightly and was sent flying back. Upon impact, Xianxia felt the vitality in his chest weltering. Before he managed to pull himself together though, Wind Lord raised his hand, after which a delicate hourglass appeared on his palm. The hourglass might appear harmless, but Xianxia's expression changed as he instinctively felt a dangerous aura coming from it. He didn't know what the hourglass could do, but he was certain that Wind Lord was truly powerful. Moreover, he had no idea what had been going on in this place, so he decided to stop fighting with him and quickly stored his mountains and rivers bell. Before Wind Lord could activate the hourglass, Xianxia hurriedly moved and disappeared into the void crack nearest to him. When he reappeared, he realized that he was still in the hall that was full of void cracks. It was as though he had returned to the starting point. After he calmed the vitality in his chest, he looked around vigilantly. When he saw a fluctuation from a nearby crack, he quickly turned to look at it. As expected, a moment later, his third self dashed out of it. Seeing that, Xianxia frowned because the third self looked even more battered than the previous two selves. There were no changes to his appearance as he looked like he was in his 30s. However, some of his hair had turned gray. How old must he be to have grown some gray hair? After the third self appeared, he shot toward Xianxia, and before Xianxia could speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me and I'm also you. Time and space in this place have become a mess. What you're seeing now is the future you. Do you get it now?" Xianxia wasn't sure whether he should nod or shake his head because he wasn't certain if the person in front of him was really himself. If that was true, he had basically met his future self in the same place. Nevertheless, if time and space around this area had truly become chaotic, what his future self had said was possible. The universe was made up of space and time, so the secrets of the universe were also the secrets of space and time, which contained many profundities and abstrusities. Although Xianxia was an expert in the Tao of space, he had only touched on one part of the universe. As for the Tao of time, he had only learned the Timefly's seal. The sight before his eyes had something to do with space and time, so he wasn't able to distinguish the true from the false. At least not right now. After the third self finished speaking, he suddenly turned around. With his expression changing, he yelled, "Wind Lord is coming. Run!" Then, he directly took Xianxia's arm and dashed into the nearest void crack. Right before they entered the crack, the third self hurriedly said, "The power of the hourglass in Windlord's hand is inscrutable. You have to be careful of it." After Xianxia emerged from the crack, he realized that he was alone again. He had run into the crack with his third self, but the latter was now nowhere to be seen. However, when he looked around, he became elated because the hall he was in now was different from the previous one. He had stepped into the same hall several times prior to this, and it was always filled with void cracks. This time, the hall didn't look so eerie anymore. Xianxia let out a breath. If he kept seeing the same scene no matter how many times he moved, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. He was relieved that there were finally some changes. There was no one in the spacious hall, nor were there any traces of battle. The doors on both sides were open. Xianxia investigated the surroundings with his divine sense but couldn't find anything useful. So he decided to randomly choose a door and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, there was a corridor that was lined with 2 rows of rooms. The corridor was so long that there didn't seem to be an end. Lights of different colors could be seen flowing on the floor, which made the place look strange. Xianxia walked up to the nearest room and kept his guard up before pushing the door open. Upon examination, he realized that there was basically nothing in the room, nor were there any people. As he checked out more rooms, he still couldn't find any useful clues. Furthermore, he realized that he couldn't feel the flow of time in this place. Perhaps several dozen to over 100 years had passed, or maybe the time had actually frozen. The trip to the flowing time temple this time was starkly different from his previous one. Soon, Xianxia lost track of how many rooms he had checked out. When he pushed open the door of one of the rooms, though, his gaze brightened. Finally, the room wasn't empty, as a hideous giant beast was lying on the floor. At first glance, it looked like a tiger with 2 horns on its forehead and a pair of wings on its back. The giant beast seemed oblivious to Xianxia's arrival, as its snoring was as deafening as thunder. He was none other than Xianxia. An elated Xianxia walked over and called out to him, "Old Xiang! Old Xiang!" After calling out to him several times, Xianxia realized that Xianxia just wouldn't respond to him, which made him scowl. Xianxia was a very powerful divine spirit. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, he would awaken immediately if someone barged into his place, to say nothing of the fact that he was just asleep. However, Xianxia wouldn't respond no matter how Xianxia called out to him, which was really odd. Since shouting was ineffective, Xianxia decided to go over and smack his head, but it was still useless. Xianxia seemed to be sound asleep, his snoring not stopping for a single breath. With a few thuds, Xianxia thumped the old tiger's head several times with a force that was neither too light nor powerful. It wouldn't hurt Xianxia, but it should be enough to force him awake. However, the outcome shocked Xianxia because Xianxia remained unmoving even after getting punched by him. Xianxia was horrified because Xianxia still wouldn't wake up despite such harsh treatment. What happened to him? Xianxia was the one who led Lu Yan, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but he was the only one here now. Meanwhile, the other 3 had gone missing. Where are they? Since Xianxia was unable to make Xianxia wake up, he decided to put him in the sealed world bead. However, after several attempts, Xianxia realized he couldn't move him at all. It wasn't his fault though, as there was a layer of invisible power around Xianxia which had blocked off Xianxia's divine sense. If he couldn't break this layer of invisible power, he wouldn't be able to put him in the small sealed world. After a few more failed attempts, Xianxia shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Xianxia was sound asleep, he appeared to be healthy, so there was nothing to worry about. Since Xianxia was able to find Xianxia here, Lu Yan and the others would surely be somewhere around this place as well. With this thought in mind, he accelerated his pace and searched more rooms. In the flowing time temple, the passing of time was a very vague thing. Even a strong cultivator like Xianxia was unable to get a good sense of how much time had actually passed. A long time later, he found Lu Yan in another room. Lu Yan still looked like a little girl, but just like Xianxia, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Presently, she had curled up on the ground and appeared quite serene. After several attempts, Yang Kai realized that Lu Yen couldn't be awakened, just like what had happened to Qiongqi. Both Qiongqi and Lu Yen had fallen into a state of deep slumber, making Yang Kai wonder what they had come across after they entered the Four Seasons realm. He thought that he could also find Yang Xiao and Yang Shui here, but even after searching all the rooms he could find, the two kids were still nowhere to be seen. At the end of the corridor, there was another hall. Upon entering it, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state again because the hall looked just like the previous one, so he thought that he had returned to the starting point. Nevertheless, there was a person in this room. He was elegantly dressed and had the look of a scholar. He was none other than one of the four great lords under the master of demon heavenly Tao, Wind Lord. Presently, Wind Lord seemed to be in peak condition as all his wounds had been healed. At this moment, he was seated with his legs crossed on a platform where there was a translucent light screen that served as a barrier around him. Conspicuous fluctuations of time principles could be seen exuding from the light screen. Wind Lord had closed his eyes, so it seemed that he was still recuperating, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After staring at him with narrowed eyes for a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and when he let it out, demon qi could be seen roiling around him as he prepared for battle. Earlier, he had come across three selves, who looked battered as they were hunted down by Wind Lord. One of them had even told him to look for Yang Xiao quickly. However, the situation in the Flowing Time Temple was peculiar. If he wanted to break free from it, he had to directly deal with Wind Lord. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to make a decisive move. Following that, he leapt and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Wind Lord as he infused his demonic qi into the myriad's sword and forcefully brought it down. The light screen around the platform was actually the masterpiece of a great emperor, so someone like Yang Kai was naturally unable to break it. When his sword met the barrier, the light screen became a little dented, but failed to break. Hearing the noise, Wind Lord, who was meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. As their eyes met, Wind Lord grinned. "You could have stayed out of this place and lived, but you've decided to ask for death instead. You've come at the perfect time." He lifted his hand and penetrated the light screen before grasping the myriad's sword. As he pushed his emperor qi, he sent a shock wave across the sword. Yang Kai directly released the hilt to abandon the sword, though as he pushed his divine sense, causing the pupil in his left eye to become a golden whirlpool that seemed able to absorb anyone's soul. A budding lotus shot out from his eye and penetrated Wind Lord's knowledge sea. Seeing the blossoming lotus, Wind Lord shuddered. Although he was strong, he was no match for Yang Kai when it came to soul cultivation. He wasn't careful enough, which was why he was hit by this move. The white lotus started blooming and absorbing the power of his soul. Wind Lord grunted as the water in his knowledge sea tumbled to resist the soul secret technique. However, the lotus was unable to fully bloom. In the end, Wind Lord wasn't a pushover. Although he had fallen into a trap, he was still able to resist. Just when he sneered and was ready to mock Yang Kai's lack of ability, his expression changed again. That was because the lotus started expanding all of a sudden. From what he perceived, the lotus was so huge that it was able to engulf him in it, and then it rapidly began closing up. Although Yang Kai was unable to achieve his goal with blossoming lotus, he still had sealed lotus. He was ruthless and resolute in his attack as he used two soul secret techniques in a consecutive manner. Break! Wind Lord's divine sense surged. As he growled, he managed to break free from the chains of the lotus and escape, only to unexpectedly see a sword light flashing across his eyes. Soul-splitting saber, heaven-severing slash. Following blossoming lotus and sealed lotus, Yang Kai went on to use his soul-splitting saber. At that instant, Wind Lord was unable to fend off the strike and his knowledge sea was slashed by soul-splitting saber. It felt terrible to have one's soul cut apart, so Wind Lord's face became contorted. At the same time, his Emperor Qi became chaotic. The entire world seemed to be shaking as Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His face turned pale while he was in midair, but he still manipulated his space principles and launched himself at Wind Lord. At the same time, he quickly performed a hand seal with both hands. Following that, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and fell towards Wind Lord. Then, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation!" as a high-pitched dragon roar was heard. His entire body shone with a golden gleam. Following a series of crackling sounds, his figure was covered in dragon scales and 2 horns protruded from his forehead. His hands had turned into pointed dragon claws and he had grown larger by 3 meters. There was also a dragon tail behind him. In just a short moment, he had transformed into a half-dragon. Windlord was still in a dazed state after he was slashed by the soul-splitting saber when Xianxia reached him and clenched his shoulders with his dragon claws. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell was about to engulf them inside. Xianxia reckoned that he was no match for Windlord when it came to cultivation. He came to this conclusion after he saw how his 3 selves ended up beaten and bloody. Hence, he didn't even consider competing with Windlord using his cultivation as he had his own advantage, which was his half-dragon form. Windlord was no match for him in this regard. As long as Xianxia could narrow down the battlefield and force Windlord into a battle of fists, he would stand a chance of winning. Therefore, he decided to trap Windlord and himself inside the mountains and rivers bell. Previously, he had used this tactic to kill the half-Saint Xianxia in the demon realm. Although Xianxia became half-dead after that battle, it was better than him allowing Windlord to use his full power. Xianxia's series of moves made Windlord suffer a major setback. He had heard about the mountains and rivers bell, as it was a natal artifact left behind by Yuanding Great Emperor. So he knew that if he was trapped inside it, he probably wouldn't be able to flee. Therefore, as soon as Windlord saw the falling ancient exotic artifact, he knew what Xianxia was up to. Since Windlord knew what Xianxia was up to, he certainly wouldn't allow the latter to have his way. However, with his shoulders clenched, he was unable to move. While he was shocked by how much physical strength Xianxia could exert, he remained unfazed as he roared, "Wind!" After his shout, Windlord transformed into an incarnation of wind and disappeared. Realizing that Windlord was no longer in his grip, Xianxia stopped the mountains and rivers bell from falling. Since Windlord had escaped, there was no point. The wind looked odd as it was visible to the bare eyes, and soon, Windlord reappeared at a nearby spot with a nonchalant smile. "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you?" Without waiting for Xianxia to reply, he went on to say, "Exactly 100 years. There was a gleeful expression on his face. "This place is truly abstruse. Flowing Time Great Emperor indeed lives up to his name. Now that this king has fully recovered, there's no way you can defeat me." Xianxia entered the Four Seasons realm right after he did, but he had Flowing Time Great Emperor's rib bone, which was why he was able to directly reach the Flowing Time Temple. It had been 100 years since he started recuperating, so he was able to fully heal himself and wait for Xianxia. Although what he had said was ambiguous, Xianxia understood what he meant. Time and space had been confused inside the Flowing Time Temple. The reason Windlord had fully recovered must be that 100 years had really passed. However, Xianxia didn't experience the passing of time in the space Windlord was in. Looking at it from another perspective, Windlord was also not aware of what had happened to Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this. Windlord was confident that he was able to defeat Xianxia since his cultivation was far more powerful, so he wasn't in a rush to make a move. Instead, he stared at Xianxia and said, "This king has heard that you're related to the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island and that you possess a dragon source. Now, it seems that it's indeed true, but that is an external boost in the end, nowhere near as profound as one's own power. Where's that helper of yours? Aren't you going to summon him?" Earlier, Xianxia was able to summon 3 half-saints from the demon race in one go. Baizhua and Baiya had been petrified by Windlord. However, the embodiment, who was still fine, was nowhere to be seen. Windlord couldn't ignore the embodiment's existence. If Xianxia had also brought the embodiment into this place, it was bound to be a tough battle. "I'll summon him when I have to." Xianxia put on a faint smile. "That's not up to you to worry about." Windlord nodded. "Although you're young, you're indeed powerful. To be honest, this king doesn't have the heart to kill you." Xianxia arched his brow. "Why don't you just kill yourself, then? It'll save us both the trouble." Ignoring his sinister suggestion, Windlord went on to persuade him by saying, "This is what I think. This king does not want to kill you, but you simply insist on going against me. This has caused me some headaches. Why don't you just join Demon Heavenly Tao? If we become one family, all these worries will go away. By doing so, you can save your life while I will have no regrets. Won't that be a win-win solution? Moreover, I'm sure my master is willing to accept a young and talented person like you. Yang Kai gave him an awkward look. You want me to join Demon Heavenly Dao? I'm being sincere. Wind Lord sported a solemn expression. Given your capabilities, I'm sure Master will take you seriously if you join. Although you won't be as powerful as the four great lords, you'll hold the highest position below us. When the demons rule over the star boundary in the future, you'll enjoy all the wealth and fame in the world. Haha. Yang Kai couldn't help but guffaw. Wind Lord asked grimly, What are you laughing at? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm laughing at all of you who still look so proud even though you're just someone else's lackeys. I'm also laughing at all of you for not being able to live the life you want despite the fact that you've cultivated for so many years. You want to win me over by offering me a position that's below the four great lords. But do you know who I am? Who do you think you are? Wind Lord stared dispassionately at him. Yang Kai straightened up and put on a haughty smile. This king is army commander of the 61st Army of the Star Boundary, so why would I be interested in becoming a lackey for Demon Heavenly Dao? Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai lifted his hand to summon a command token. Wind Lord's expression changed drastically when he saw that as he also lifted the petite hourglass in his hand. At the same time, a glint flashed across the token as a burly figure appeared. A command token wasn't just a status symbol for an army commander, but also a weapon that could kill the enemy as it contained the strike of Great Emperor within. The token in Yang Kai's hand was forged by Zhan Wuhen, which was why it contained his divine ability. Faced with a pseudo-Great Emperor on his own, Yang Kai had failed in his attempt to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, he decided to use the command token and activated the divine ability inside it. He was doing it because he wanted to kill Wind Lord quickly. It was difficult to end a pseudo-Great Emperor's life. Moreover, Wind Lord had been in this place for 100 years. So it wasn't certain what treasures he had obtained. Also, Wind Lord had fully recovered, so he appeared confident presently. Given Yang Kai's power, he might not be able to gain an upper hand, so he directly called upon the power of the command token. Zhan Wuhen's figure solidified as though the real person had really come out from the command token. Feeling the Great Emperor's aura, Wind Lord felt as though he was suffocating. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wuhen's image reached Wind Lord in a short moment and pushed out his fist. It was just a very simple strike like that of an ordinary mortal throwing a punch. However, Wind Lord's expression was transformed by shock as he quickly turned the hourglass upside down. Fine sand started trickling down inside the hourglass as a glow spread from it. Engulfed by the glow, Zhan Wuhen's figure froze on the spot, as though he had been struck with a binding technique. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief as this was exactly what had happened to Baizhua and Baiya. After his move succeeded, Wind Lord chuckled and taunted. That's it. After he finished speaking though, he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds. The illusionary Zhan Wuhen, who was rooted to the spot, could be seen with his fist moving forward slowly as the barrier around him started cracking apart. Before his fist even reached the enemy, space could be seen crumbling apart. Wind Lord exclaimed as he had lost his composure. While he was retreating rapidly, Zhan Wuhen's strike broke free of its constraints and followed him closely. Just when Wind Lord was about to be struck, he pushed his Emperor Qi again and turned the hourglass over once more. Just like what had happened previously. As the glow undulated, Zhan Wuhen's figure froze again. This time, Wind Lord wasn't in the mood to mock Yang Kai as he kept retreating with a solemn expression. As expected, Zhan Wuhen was able to move again by breaking free from the restriction a moment later. He was still several dozen meters away from Wind Lord, but when he moved, his fist appeared right in front of Wind Lord, which terrified the latter. Then, Wind Lord turned the hourglass for the third time and Zhan Wuhen was rooted to the spot again. After the third time, Zhan Wuhen's figure started fading all of a sudden. In just 3 breaths' time, the figure disappeared. Apparently, the power of the divine ability had been exhausted, but it hadn't been able to harm Wind Lord one bit. Despite that, it was obvious that Wind Lord had also lost a lot of energy. Xianxia could clearly see that every time Wind Lord turned the strange hourglass, his face would become paler and his aura became less imposing. Apparently, there was a price to pay for activating the hourglass. Just what is that hourglass? Xianxia could barely believe such a horrifying item existed in this world. He couldn't help but recall that the third self had told him to be careful of the hourglass as its power was inscrutable. That indeed seemed to be the case. The command token only contained a great emperor's divine ability, so it wasn't as powerful as when a great emperor personally attacked. However, no ordinary pseudo-great emperor should have been able to stop such a strike. Despite that, Wind Lord still ended up alive and kicking, which went to show how terrifying the treasure was. Presently, the hall was filled with lots of cracks. They weren't just void cracks though, as both time and space seemed to have turned into a mess. The situation was just like what Xianxia had come across when he just entered the flowing time temple. Ha ha ha! Wind Lord guffawed as he was extremely pleased with himself. That was because he had just escaped unscathed from a great emperor's attack. Even though he appeared somewhat exhausted, he was still proud of himself. That was why he was laughing riotously as he lifted his hourglass. "Brat, do you know what this is?" With a dark expression, Xianxia asked, "Did you obtain it from this place?" Given Wind Lord's own power, there was no way he was able to parry the divine ability of Zhan Wu Hen. However, he had done just that, which went to show how extraordinary he was despite the fact that he had made use of an artifact. This treasure appeared all of a sudden, so it was apparent that Wind Lord didn't own it prior to their initial confrontation. Otherwise, he would have used it on the embodiment and the others instead of coughing up blood essence to activate the power within that rib bone. Since he didn't already own it previously, the only explanation was that Wind Lord had obtained it from the Flowing Time Temple. It was an artifact left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was basically a Great Emperor's artifact going against another Great Emperor's divine ability, which was how Wind Lord managed to save his own life. He didn't break Zhan Wu Hen's divine ability. Instead, the figure vanished because it had run out of power. Indeed, Wind Lord grinned from ear to ear. "This king has obtained this treasure from that platform over there. You may not be aware of it, but this item was the natal artifact of Flowing Time Great Emperor. After he passed away, this item was left behind in the Flowing Time Temple. It awaited the chosen one to obtain it, and that is this king." Xianxia remained unfazed while listening to him, but he was cursing at Xianxia in his heart. Xianxia was Flowing Time Great Emperor's mount, and he had protected the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, so he must be very familiar with this hourglass. In that case, why didn't he take it with him when he left? Moreover, he had brought Xianxia and the others to this place. Since there was a treasure, why did he leave it here for others to take? Now that the hourglass had fallen into Wind Lord's hand, and the divine ability in his command token had been rendered useless, Xianxia was put in an awkward position. He was utterly incensed because he felt that Xianxia was the one who had caused all of this. Wind Lord had just obtained a new, powerful artifact and used it to neutralize the divine ability of a great emperor, so of course he was very pleased with himself. Just when he lamented that no one could share his joy, Xianxia asked the right question at the right time, which was why he told Xianxia everything he knew. As he fiddled with the hourglass, Wind Lord said with a smile, "This is the infinite hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand. Every grain was personally refined by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and every one of them is able to activate the power of 1 month. 10,008 grains are equivalent to the power of over 800 years. Iron Blood Great Emperor's divine ability is indeed mighty, but it's still no match for this treasure." When Zhan Wu Hen's image appeared just now, Wind Lord was almost terrified to death. Now that he was safe though, he was shamelessly speaking as though this was all predestined. The infinite hourglass contained 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand, and every one of them was personally refined by Flowing Time Great Emperor, so they were all infused with time principles. Every grain could be used to activate the power of 1 month, so 10,008 grains indeed had the power of over 800 years. The might of time principles was profound and peerless. Even though the power of the Great Emperor's divine ability within the command token was inscrutable, it would still wear down under the influence of the time. That was the reason Wind Lord was able to fend off Iron Blood's divine ability. In an instant, Yang Kai understood everything. Do you want to give it a try? Wind Lord looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Despite his question, he didn't really intend to give Yang Kai a choice. As he activated his Emperor Qi, he turned the hourglass upside down again and the fine sand started trickling down. A visible glow expanded and engulfed Yang Kai in it, giving him no chance to react. Following that, Yang Kai could feel that he was closely connected to something. Then he traced it back and stared fixedly at the hourglass in Windlord's hand. At this moment, the infinite hourglass had targeted him with its aura. It was as though there were a pair of invisible eyes that were staring at him, which caused him to feel that he would never be able to break free of its gaze. Without thinking, Yang Kai directly dashed into the nearest void crack. The infinite hourglass was even able to ward off a great emperor's divine ability, so he wasn't interested in trying to oppose its power. Presently, his best option was to run for his life. Moreover, even though the hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for Windlord to use it continuously. When he reached his limit, it would be the time for Yang Kai to counterattack. After emerging from the crack, Yang Kai realized that he was inside the same hall again, just like what he had come across when he first entered the palace. Everything had returned to the starting point. Presently, time and space had become a mess, and the reason for that was the clash between the infinite hourglass and the great emperor's divine ability. However, Yang Kai soon found out that the aura that had targeted him hadn't been cut off just because he had fled. It was still closely connected to him. The next moment, Windlord also emerged from the crack that Yang Kai had come out of. With the hourglass in his hand, Windlord was able to accurately locate him. Smiling wickedly, he said, "It's pointless to flee. With the hourglass in my hand, I'll be able to locate you wherever you are. Surrender without a fight and you can avoid suffering. Even if you can follow me, let's see if you're able to catch me," Yang Kai said through clenched teeth before shooting into a nearby crack. Windlord slowly shook his head as his lips curved into a sneer. It was as though he was laughing at Yang Kai for not knowing his limitations. Despite his slow pace, he was able to follow Yang Kai closely as his voice broke through space and time, seemingly speaking into Yang Kai's ears. "Why torture yourself like this? Although you're not bad, it's impossible for you to escape this treasure's aura. Haven't you realized yet? I suggest that you should stop struggling now." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai indeed detected something. To be precise, he had confirmed something because he had suspected it earlier, but he wasn't certain until now. After Windlord turned the infinite hourglass upside down, the treasure's aura immediately targeted Yang Kai. When flowing time divine sand trickled down inside the hourglass, Yang Kai could feel the flow of time washing over him. It was a similar feeling when he headed from the Two Seasons mountain range to the flowing time temple. Noticing a change in Yang Kai's expression, Windlord laughed. "What do you think is being affected by flowing time divine sand? Foolish boy. The thing that's trickling down inside the hourglass is your life." Yang Kai's face fell not because Windlord was trying to frighten him, but because he could confirm that what the latter had said was true. When the infinite hourglass targeted him and the flowing time divine sand started trickling down, Yang Kai could feel himself aging rapidly. Every grain of flowing time divine sand that fell represented a month of his life. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai realized that several dozen to over 100 years of his life had left him. It was snatched away by the infinite hourglass just like that. The existence of such an artifact that could literally drain someone's life away made his body go cold. He couldn't help but wonder if he would die of old age in this place if this dragged on. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of death. Although it had only been a short time since he started cultivating, he had lived his life to the fullest as he had experienced countless exciting events in the world. Even if he was killed in battle right now, he would have no regrets. Nevertheless, he couldn't accept it if his life was sucked dry without even being able to put up a fight. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai turned around and balled up his fists. Staring fixedly at the crack he had just come out of, he pushed it with an immense force. He had exerted all his might with his half-dragon form. Even if his opponent was a great emperor, the other party would be injured. The next moment, Windlord dashed out of the crack. He didn't appear surprised at all as he shot Yang Kai an impassive look. Yang Kai's heart sank after he pushed out his fists because his violent strike had basically hit the air instead of his opponent. Just now, he could clearly see that Windlord accelerated time around himself and nonchalantly dodged his strike. Before he even had the time to react, Xianxia felt a great force coming at him from behind, as though a mountain was crashing towards him. Upon impact, he was sent flying forward as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he was pushed into the crack in front of him. After passing through the crack, Xianxia realized that he had returned to the same hall and there was someone else present. A healthy self was standing there in a dazed state. Xianxia could see the shock and vigilance behind his gaze, just like when he first entered the palace. He had practically come across his past self. His face twitched as he wasn't even sure what expression he should put on. Oddly enough, he wiped the blood off his mouth and said, "Cut the crap. Look for your son now." After he finished speaking, he realized that it was exactly what he had heard when he stepped into the hall initially, but he had no idea why he had said such a thing. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to explain anything as Windlord was chasing after him, so he quickly dashed into the nearest crack. Before he entered the crack, he could feel his past self anxiously running after him, but he soon lost track of the latter. Surprisingly, Windlord was standing in front of him this time as though he had been waiting for a long time. His burning gaze was that of a person who had come across an old friend he deeply missed. "Where do you think you can go? Stop your futile resistance." Upon finishing his words, he pushed out a palm at Xianxia. His speed wasn't rapid. At the very least, Xianxia was able to see it clearly. Thus he lifted his hand to retaliate. As space principles undulated, over 10 dark moon blades shot forward and left scars on the surrounding space. Just then, Xianxia's mind turned blank for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he realized that his moon blades had disappeared and he was struck with a palm, which caused the vitality in his chest to roil and all his bones to crack. After being sent flying, Xianxia struggled for a moment before getting to his feet. Then he stared grimly at Windlord as he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "I see. It's not that you've become faster." They had clashed twice now, which allowed Xianxia to understand some things. Initially, he thought that it was Windlord's speed that had accelerated, which was why the attack landed on his back as he was caught off guard. However, now it seemed that it wasn't the case. It was Xianxia who was affected rather than Windlord. Windlord replied with a smile. "The infinite hourglass doesn't only have the power to drain a person's time. It's flowing time, great emperor's legacy artifact after all. So it isn't so simple." Xianxia nodded. "I see. It seems that it has affected my perception of time. There's a saying that a day drags past like a year, which isn't totally unfounded. If one is powerful enough, he definitely can achieve that." Then Windlord shook his head. "However, this treasure is truly abstruse and I've not completely refined it yet. Although I've still not reached that kind of realm, I've already gained some insights. So it lengthened my perception of time." Xianxia spat a mouthful of blood. If something could be dealt with in a breath's time, it would take Xianxia 10 breaths or even 100 breaths to react to it, which was why he was unable to handle it. He had been struck by the opponent's attacks twice exactly because of this. "So, are you not going to admit defeat yet?" Windlord stared dispassionately at him. "I really don't want to kill you." Xianxia grinned. "If you were powerful enough, you could have just frozen me completely. By doing so, you would be able to do whatever you wanted to me." Windlord heaved a sigh. "Your barking is becoming grating." With the infinite hourglass on his left palm, he performed a hand seal with his right and then pointed at Xianxia. At that instant, a deafening thunder was heard in the hall as Xianxia was engulfed in a whirlwind, which turned into a storm of razor-sharp blades as it continuously slashed at his figure. If an ordinary Emperor Realm Master was trapped in this whirlwind, he would have been cut to pieces in an instant. Although Xianxia wasn't killed, he was drenched in blood and his clothes had become tattered. Amidst the howling of wind, a high-pitched dragon roar was heard as a gigantic figure appeared. A 300-meter-long dragon was seen standing tall in the center of the whirlwind and sparks were seen around his dragon scales. Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked the gale around him into his mouth like he was slurping a bowl of noodles. In just 3 breaths' time, the whirlwind disappeared. Windlord was shocked because Xianxia was the strongest cultivator he had ever seen whose cultivation was below that of a pseudo-great emperor. He could easily kill any Emperor Realm cultivator, but the boy in front of him was far more extraordinary. Further proof was how Xianxia had survived until now. Just then, a cracking sound was heard. Yang Kai's lips could be seen wriggling as though he was chewing something. As he stared at Wind Lord with his big golden dragon eyes, he bellowed, "You can have this back!" His last word turned into a dragon roar which seemed powerful enough to shake the world. Following that, he spat out a gust of wind chi towards Wind Lord. It was useless, however. In Yang Kai's eyes, he had managed to hit Wind Lord, but after blinking, he realized that the latter was already standing far away. What he had struck was just the Wind Lord in his sight, but as his perception of time had been affected, it was difficult to accurately locate his opponent. However, Yang Kai didn't stop as he started chanting in an ancient and abstruse dragon language. When he opened his mouth again, he spat a breath of raging flames. Fire Dragon's Breath. The reason the Golden Divine Dragon source was so highly revered was that, with its source strength, its owner was able to use all sorts of Dragon Clan's secret techniques, whether he had the appropriate bloodline or not. For example, Yang Kai could use fire dragon attacks, or those of a water dragon, wind dragon, ice dragon, and so on. As long as Yang Kai wanted, he could achieve this. In the past, Yang Kai had no idea how to do it, but after a visit to the Dragon Temple, he had learned about this ability by studying one of the Dragon Clan's ancient records. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in flames, and there was basically no corner that wasn't ablaze. Nevertheless, a breeze was swirling around Windlord as there was no sign of fire in a radius of 10 meters around him. He looked like an unmoving rock amidst the violent storms and waves as he snorted. "It seems that you won't regret until you see your coffin." After he declared so, he shot towards Yang Kai. The flames separated and revealed a path that he could pass through. It seemed that wherever he went, the flames around the area would be extinguished. In just a moment, he reached a spot that was 10 meters away from Yang Kai. Presently, his figure was smaller than that of Yang Kai by several hundred times, but he appeared to be more imposing than the other party, as though he was the taller one. Then he lifted his right hand and balled up his fist, after which a fan appeared in his grip. The fan was only half an arm's length in size, but a shocking light could be seen emitting from it. Raising the fan, he gently waved it at Yang Kai. A gale swept across the hall as a razor-sharp wind blade shot out of the fan and expanded to several tens of meters before slashing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time had been warped, so he was unable to move as he pleased. When he came to his senses, the wind blade was already right in front of him, so he hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his face. With a loud boom, Yang Kai shuddered as his mountain-like figure slid backwards. Huge wounds appeared on his arms, which were now drenched in blood. Making use of that force, Yang Kai turned around and swept his tail at Wind Lord. His dragon tail, which was covered in dragon scales, looked like a long whip which seemed able to make space shake and shatter where it passed. Wind Lord scoffed and lifted his leg. In just a few steps, he was able to dodge the tail with ease. Following a failed strike, Yang Kai charged forward and chanted in the dragon language again. Wind Lord raised his fan and waved it at Yang Kai again. This time, it wasn't just one but over 10 wind blades that came at Yang Kai from all directions, which made sure there was no way he could dodge or defend. With no other way to ward off or avoid the wind blades, Yang Kai decided to dash forward with a grin. He seemed resolute and ready to lose his life. "Don't get presumptuous," Wind Lord sneered, grasping the hourglass in his left hand in an attempt to use the same trick again. He wanted to influence Yang Kai's perception by using the power of the flowing time divine sand. Right then, a clang was heard, and light expanded. Following that, Yang Kai vanished into thin air. Wind Lord's pupils contracted, and the next moment, he realized that the light in front of him had been blocked by a gigantic figure. Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai was gazing down at him like he was an ant. After Yang Kai inhaled deeply, he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. The dragon breath seemed extremely sharp, as it could cut through space as it slashed at Wind Lord's head. Wind Lord grunted in surprise and took a step sidewards to dodge the attack, but he felt a force coming at him from the side as though it had been waiting for him. Turning around, he realized that Yang Kai was sweeping his right fist at him. The horrifying force caused his eyelids to twitch. Although he was more powerful than Yang Kai, he knew that he would end up in a terrible state if he was hit by this fist. So, he immediately turned into a breeze and disappeared. Xianxia was frustrated that he hit air again. In one corner of the hall, Wind Lord reappeared and stared at the bell in Xianxia's hand before he snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Xianxia holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also flicking it around, which caused the ringing of the bell to reverberate around the hall. With the bell as the center, glowing waves could be seen spreading across the hall, seemingly cleansing Xianxia's body. Windlord had stayed in this place for 100 years and obtained Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy artifact, the Infinite Hourglass. With that hourglass, he was able to drain Xianxia's life away and affect his perception of time. However, he wasn't the only one who possessed a Great Emperor's legacy artifact. Xianxia also had a legacy artifact, which was the Mountains and Rivers Bell. That was the reason he wasn't afraid of Windlord. Only a Great Emperor's legacy artifact could be used against another legacy artifact. Therefore, after Xianxia summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell and made it ring out, he was able to restore his own perception of time. However, he still hadn't managed to cut off his connection with the Infinite Hourglass. As the flowing time divine sand continued trickling down, his remaining years of life would still rapidly leave him. Xianxia was unable to fully utilize the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but it was the same case for Windlord and the Infinite Hourglass. In this regard, both of them were even. The bell continued ringing out as the invisible pressure permeated the hall, causing Windlord to feel extremely heavy, as though a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. The ringing of the bell was able to suppress the world itself. Such a statement best described the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After activating the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Xianxia managed to break free from the Infinite Hourglass's disturbance and restored his perception of time. Noticing this, Windlord stared at the bell for a moment before he sighed and said, "Grudges should be resolved rather than formed. You've killed many of the people from Demon Heavenly Dao, and I've made you suffer a setback. Why don't we forget about what has happened today? We can part ways and never see one another again. What do you think?" With the hourglass rendered ineffective, he wasn't confident in dealing with an expert in the Tao of space unless Xianxia insisted on battling against him until either party was killed instead of fleeing. If Xianxia wanted to flee, he wouldn't have any way to stop him. He didn't want to fight with Xianxia. He was already satisfied that he had obtained the Infinite Hourglass from the Flowing Time Temple. As for those people from Demon Heavenly Dao who were killed, there had never been a lack of people who were killed in this world. They should feel honored that they were able to sacrifice their lives for his master's goal. "Sure," Xianxia replied in a hushed voice and put on a grin. "Put the hourglass down and cripple your cultivation. After that, I'll let you go." Windlord narrowed his eyes and grinned wickedly. "Boy, this king is sincerely trying to make peace with you, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. If you remain obstinate, this king will have no choice but to kill you. Do it if you can." Xianxia lifted his hand and crooked his finger. "Is there really no room for discussion?" Windlord stared grimly at him. Xianxia guffawed. "I've told you that we're not even from the same side. Cut the nonsense, will you?" Windlord took a deep breath and put on a helpless expression. "Since you insist on forcing me, you must pay the price." After he finished speaking, he raised the hourglass and pushed his Emperor Qi wildly, infusing as much power into it as possible. Initially, the speed at which the flowing time divine sand trickled down inside the hourglass was neither fast nor slow. After a long battle, only half of the divine sand had reached the bottom of the hourglass. In other words, only 400 years of Xianxia's life had been sucked away from him. However, what Windlord had done was to accelerate the speed at which the sand fell. The other half of the sand reached the bottom in just a short moment. Xianxia couldn't help but grunt as his blood gushed towards his throat and almost spurted out. Although he wasn't hit by any external force, he had suffered a serious injury by losing 400 years of his life in just a moment. He could also feel his vitality plummeting. Windlord wasn't done yet, though. When the sand in the hourglass completely reached the bottom half, he flipped it upside down again before infusing more Emperor Qi into it. Grinning wickedly, he said, "How are you going to fight with me when I have this hourglass? This king was magnanimous enough to let you off. But do you seriously think this king has no way to deal with you?" Having his life drained away from him was a terrible feeling. Furthermore, not only was this loss of life visible to the naked eye, but it could also be physically felt. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't stay idle and wait for death. As the mountains and rivers bell continued ringing, he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Wind Lord as he extended his free dragon claw towards him. However, as though there were eyes behind Wind Lord's head, he gently flapped the fan in his right hand, after which giant wind blades accurately slashed at Xianxia. Whizzing sounds were heard, but Xianxia didn't dodge the attack. As a consequence, new wounds appeared on his huge claw, which was now covered in blood. In a resolute manner, he continued pushing forward. Wind Lord gritted his teeth as he hadn't expected Xianxia to be so determined. He was frustrated at the fact that Xianxia's body was so sturdy. His wind blades were extremely sharp and they were able to slash the average Emperor Realm Master to pieces. However, Xianxia's half-dragon form was extremely tough, so while his wind blades could cut his body, the wounds weren't even bone deep. At the critical moment, Wind Lord transformed into a breeze again and shot up into the sky. To his surprise, though, he found the mountains and rivers bell was falling down on him. Xianxia had been controlling the bell for some time now, so certainly he would do everything he could to stop Wind Lord from fleeing by turning into wind as he had done so before. As long as he could trap Wind Lord inside the bell, he had 100 ways to torture him to death. Naturally, Wind Lord wouldn't get trapped easily, so he quickly changed direction and escaped from the bell's suppression before reappearing on the other side of the hall. The sand in the hourglass had completely reached the bottom half again. Unable to take it anymore, Xianxia sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his 300-meter figure shrank by 30 meters. His life was sucked out of him and his vitality had declined, which was why he was unable to fully maintain his half-dragon form anymore. Nonetheless, he didn't stop attacking as he seemed determined to bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh even if he died in the process. Charging forward, Xianxia manipulated space principles and launched a series of moon blades at his enemy. Wind Lord infused more chi into the hourglass, after which the moon blades abruptly stopped in front of him. Then he nonchalantly walked away and stared at Xianxia like the latter was a madman. "Are you really so eager to die?" Xianxia put on a hideous grin. "Suck all the life out of me if you can." Wind Lord's brow twitched as he turned the hourglass over again. This time, the sand didn't trickle down quickly as the speed became normal again. It wasn't that he didn't want to accelerate the sand, but rather that he couldn't anymore. It had only been 100 years since he obtained the hourglass, and although he had partially refined it, he was unable to fully utilize the treasure's power. He had reached his limit by activating it twice, and he had paid a hefty price to do so. Xianxia had figured this out, which was why he appeared so fearless. He was a third-order emperor, so he still had a few thousand years left to live. After the sand in the hourglass fully reached the other end, it meant that over 800 years of Xianxia's life had left him. Since the hourglass had been used twice, it meant losing some 1,600 years in total. Taking the time that was stolen from him when he was flying across the Two Seasons mountain range into consideration as well, Xianxia figured he still had many years left to live. It was unwise to battle against his opponent when his own life was draining away from him, but he had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Seeing as Wind Lord had no other tricks, Xianxia cackled, "You're dead now." After Xianxia finished speaking, his right eye suddenly turned black. It was the purest black, as though his eye was able to devour everything in this world. The demon chi around him surged towards the sky as his aura no longer appeared weak. Xianxia's loud but solemn voice reverberated around the hall. "Black Eye Purgatory, Infinite Darkness." This was one of Xianxia's trump cards, which was even more powerful than his dragon transformation's secret technique. In the past, he had gone through demonification when he was still in the Dao Source realm and managed to escape unscathed after a battle with 3 Emperor Realm Masters using this technique, which went to show how powerful it was. Despite that, there was a hefty price to pay. Every time Xianxia used it, he would be at risk of becoming fully demonified. When he used the secret technique in the past, he had to undo the seal on his dantian and release the ancient demon chi from it. However, since Xianxia reached the third-order emperor realm in the demon realm, he had become a true demon and all his emperor chi had been transformed into demon chi. So, he didn't have to unseal anything or worry about losing his mind anymore, so could use infinite darkness whenever he wanted. Faced with a pseudo-great emperor, Xianxia wouldn't dare to lower his guard, which was why he directly used the command token at the beginning of the fight in an attempt to win the battle in one shot. But the outcome turned out to be different from what he had expected. The Great Emperor's divine ability was offset by the infinite hourglass, rendering it ineffective. Next, Xianxia used his dragon transformation secret technique and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, but he still couldn't defeat his enemy. Now, he was only left with infinite darkness, which was his last trump card. Despite using his most powerful trump card, Xianxia still wasn't confident of defeating Wind Lord. Previously, he had killed a half-saint on his own in the demon realm, but that was because Xianxia's injuries from the war on the Eternal Sky continent still hadn't healed, which gave him a chance to take advantage. Moreover, Xianxia was most proficient with soul and charm techniques, which were all useless against Xianxia. That was the real reason she was killed in the end. However, it was a different case for Windlord, as his injuries had completely healed since he had recuperated in this place for 100 years prior. Although he had become fatigued from the battle, he was still in a much better state than Xianxia at the time. Once infinite darkness was cast, the hall immediately fell into a pitch-black abyss. Not only was Wind Lord unable to see anything, but even his other senses had been sealed. Wind Lord had never expected that Xianxia was still able to use such a powerful technique at this point. Although he was slightly shocked, he remained unfazed as he quickly cast a technique to protect himself. With the hourglass in his left hand and his fan artifact in his right, he only needed to stay vigilant. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. Although he couldn't see anything, he could clearly feel that there was a huge black eye above him that was looking down at him in the darkness. This kind of invisible pressure made him feel anxious. For some reason, he suddenly became alarmed and without thinking, he wielded the fan in his right hand and roared, after which a tornado shot out and turned into a huge and hideous wind dragon. Xianxia was charging forward when he saw the wind dragon approach, causing his brow to twitch as he thought to himself that it was truly difficult to deal with a pseudo-great emperor. Supposedly, Windlord shouldn't be able to see or perceive anything inside infinite darkness, but he could still accurately locate Xianxia and know what the latter was doing, which went to show how extraordinary he was. Such a person had fallen into demon heavenly Tao and become the demon's lackey, which was a shame. Faced with the wind dragon, Xianxia lifted his right hand and smashed the mountains and rivers bell down at it. In silence, the dragon's head was blasted apart while its body turned into countless wind blades and shot out in all directions. At that instant, sparks could be seen flaring on Xianxia's figure as the wind blades slashed at his dragon scales. Although the impact didn't produce any sound, they were still incredibly powerful. Despite the fact that Xianxia was in an advantageous position, he still suffered a setback. Many new cuts had been formed on his body, but he had also managed to reach a spot that was just 10 meters above Windlord. Given their close proximity, Xianxia decided to raise his gigantic hand, which was right above Windlord's head, and brought it down. Windlord suddenly raised his head as though he was able to see the approaching palm. As he roared, he extended his hand to parry the attack. A gale gathered in the center of his palm and turned into a humongous wind palm. It was once again a silent clash. When their palms came into contact, Xianxia's figure arched backwards as though he was about to tumble away, but upon impact, Windlord also had no choice but to lower his body. It was a draw. While Xianxia clenched his teeth, Windlord was astounded. Unlike how they kept dodging attacks earlier, this was a clash of pure power this time. Windlord could no longer remain nonchalant upon realizing that a third-order Emperor Realm Master had just as much strength as he had. Without stopping, he stabilized himself and charged towards the direction he just parried the attack, deciding to seize the initiative. Certainly, Xianxia wouldn't back down. He widened his stance to stand firmly on the ground and pushed out a fist. After this clash, both parties were sent flying back. In that instant, a pseudo-great emperor and a third-order Emperor Realm Master launched into a brutal melee inside the pitch-black hall. Xianxia wanted this kind of direct clash because Windlord was more powerful than he was and the latter had cultivated for a longer time. Moreover, Windlord had the infinite hourglass with him. If the battle dragged on, there was no hope for Xianxia to win, so he welcomed what Windlord had done. However, to Windlord, he had no other choice. Although the infinite hourglass was powerful, it was useless against space secret techniques. His vision had been shaded and he could barely perceive anything, so it was difficult for him to locate Yang Kai. Presently, he was basically blind and deaf. He could only rely on the moments when he traded blows with Yang Kai to detect his faint aura. Without those moments, he would never be able to locate Yang Kai. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to back down, and instead clashed head-on with Yang Kai in the hope that he could defeat his opponent in close quarters. At this moment, demon chi was swirling violently around their bodies, so it was apparent that they had fully unleashed their strength and were no longer holding anything back. Things had come to a point where one of them had to lose his life before the fight would end. During the battle, Yang Kai kept using Dragon Clan's secret techniques while Windlord rapidly sent out razor-sharp wind blades using his fan, which caused Yang Kai to go through excruciating pain. Their intense battle caused the hall to turn into a mess. Fortunately, this was Flowing Time Great Emperor's Palace, the Flowing Time Temple. If it were just any other palace, the entire building would have collapsed already. The battle raged on, but as time passed, both Yang Kai and Windlord's attacks became weaker because this life-or-death fight had exhausted both of them. A long time later, the darkness that had engulfed the hall faded and Windlord was able to see again. Turning around, he arched his brow and guffawed. Then he pointed at Yang Kai and said lethargically, "Why persist?" 100 meters away, Yang Kai didn't even seem able to support his own weight as he stood unsteadily. His entire body was drenched in blood and he looked completely battered. His half-dragon form had disappeared and his black hair had turned gray while his skin appeared dry. He didn't look anything like a man in his 20s anymore. Presently, he looked like a tired old man in his late 50s. During the battle, Yang Kai's life kept draining away. Previously, he had lost 2,000 years of his life, and coupled with the life he had lost in this battle, he felt as though he was reaching his predestined end. He knew that it wasn't an illusion but a reality. Perhaps he still had several dozen years left to live, but he was certain that it was fewer than 100 years. This kind of damage was even more severe than the injuries on his body. Even if his soul was wounded, it could still be healed. However, what Yang Kai was experiencing now was a fundamental loss of vitality and lifespan. Besides some rare treasures that could increase his lifespan, nothing in this world could cure him. At this moment, Yang Kai could be said to be in a miserable state. While Yang Kai was in misery, Windlord wasn't much better off. His chest had caved in and his right arm had gone completely limp. The fan in his hand had gone missing and all his clothes were drenched in blood, which dripped onto the ground and formed a puddle even now. Yang Kai was the only third-order Emperor Realm Master in this world who could severely injure a pseudo-great Emperor in single combat, so this was enough to be proud of himself. Windlord shook his head repeatedly. "Is it worth it?" Panting heavily, Yang Kai replied in a hoarse voice, "Of course." The infinite hourglass had significantly increased Windlord's power, and if it fell into the hands of Qin Yi, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, whatever cost Yang Kai had to pay, he had to kill Windlord and keep the hourglass in this palace. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai lifted his hand and pushed out his fist. The speed at which he extended his fist was equivalent to that of a snail, and even a 3-year-old child could dodge it with ease. Windlord's face twitched. "You're insane." He also pushed out his fist. They had traded countless moves in the darkness earlier, so they were familiar with one another's tactics by now. 10 breaths later, their fists finally came into contact. With a loud boom, Windlord and Yang Kai spat blood at the same time, and following that, they were sent flying backwards until they crashed into the walls on opposite sides of the hall and slid down. Windlord sat up with difficulty and pressed his back against the wall. After wiping the blood off his mouth, he stared at Yang Kai and grinned. "This king has won in the end. After you die, no one will ever find you here. You will have to travel to the Yellow Springs alone and forgotten." Both of them were practically on their last breaths, but Yang Kai's life was still linked to the infinite hourglass. The sand in the hourglass was still trickling down, so Windlord only had to wait patiently until Yang Kai died of old age. On the other hand, Yang Kai was in a state where he could do nothing but wait for death. That was why Windlord claimed that he had won. Although it was embarrassing that he had been beaten to within an inch of death by a third-order emperor, the outcome was acceptable. After Yang Kai passed away, he just had to continue recuperating and refining the infinite hourglass. When he managed to obtain the entire flowing time temple and leave one day, he would be able to make a greater name for himself. At this moment, Xianxia had also pressed his back against the wall as he hung his head low. His hair had covered his eyes and he said in a low voice, "You've won?" "I don't think so," Wind Lord scoffed. "Do you still have other tricks? Why don't you show me?" "This king has no more power to resist. Just come over to give me a punch and this king will lose his life." Lifting his head, Xianxia gazed at him through the hair on his forehead and grinned. "I don't have any energy left to punch you, but you also can't win this battle." Upon finishing his words, Xianxia lifted his hand and pointed at Wind Lord. After a loud neigh was heard, a sturdy beast with flaming hooves and a single horn on its head appeared. The beast looked like a horse, but it was much bullier than your average horse. Demon chi could be seen swirling around its figure, and it appeared quite ferocious. Apparently, its power was equivalent to that of a half-saint.
Xianxia didn't only have 3 half-saints from the demon race with him, he also had Zhui Feng in the small sealed world. The reason he didn't summon him earlier was that in infinite darkness, everyone else besides him would be affected by the technique. So, even if he summoned Zhui Feng, the beast would have become blind and deaf just like Windlord and the situation might have become worse. However, it was different now. Just like Xianxia, Windlord had used up all his energy. So now was the best time to release Zhui Feng to give his opponent a fatal blow. Although Zhui Feng was a beast from the demon realm with low sentience, he was able to distinguish friends from foes. After taking a look at Xianxia, he batted his eyes and turned to look at Windlord. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot and his entire figure went ablaze. After a neigh, he hung his head low and charged towards Windlord. At that instant, Windlord widened his eyes in disbelief. He genuinely thought that the dust had settled and that he could definitely defeat Xianxia by waiting for the latter to pass away. However, he hadn't expected that Xianxia was still able to summon such a beast. Although he couldn't recognize Zhui Feng, he could detect a half-saint's aura from it. Even if he came across such a beast when he was at his peak, it would still cause him a headache, to say nothing of the fact that he was barely able to lift his one good arm right now. Seeing that Zhui Feng was about to ram into him as a glint flashed across the beast's horn, Windlord knew that he would lose his life if he was struck. At this life or death moment, he bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood essence at the infinite hourglass. The simple-looking hourglass suddenly shone brightly as the entire flowing time temple started shaking and buzzing. The next moment, a light screen appeared out of thin air and surrounded Windlord. With a loud boom, Zhui Feng crashed into the light screen and was sent flying back upon impact. At the same time, the palace shook more violently. It seemed that Zhui Feng had crashed into the flowing time temple instead of a light curtain. While Zhui Feng was still in midair, Windlord and Xianxia stared at each other and bellowed, "You shameless bastard!" Following that, they pressed their hands against their own chests and coughed violently as blood spewed out of their mouths. After such a long time of battle, it had come to a point where both of them probably had to go accompany the other to the Yellow Springs. In the end, both still had a final trick up their sleeves. While Xianxia thought that Windlord was shameless, Windlord thought that Xianxia was sly. However, they stopped after cursing at each other instantly because they had no more energy left. Be it Windlord or Xianxia, it was the first time in their lives that they ended up in such a terrible state. On the other side, Zhui Feng fell to the ground with a loud thud. After getting to his feet, he shook his head for a bit before he identified Windlord's location and charged forward again. A moment later, just like what had happened earlier, a loud boom was heard and Zhui Feng was sent flying back. Xianxia's face twitched as he realized that he was in deep trouble. He had held back his urge to release Zhui Feng previously because he wanted to use him to launch a surprise attack on Windlord at the most critical moment. He thought that he could definitely be victorious, but he hadn't expected that Windlord also had one more trick up his sleeve. The light screen activated from the infinite hourglass after Windlord spat his blood essence onto it, and was apparently impenetrable. Zhui Feng couldn't even cause the slightest damage to it after ramming into it twice. It seemed that Zhui Feng was unable to break it. If the light screen couldn't be broken, Windlord would survive, and that would mean the end for Xianxia. His life was still leaving him as the sand continued trickling down inside the hourglass, so he would be dead soon if this dragged on. Fleeing into the small sealed world was probably his last resort. The small sealed world was a world on its own. If Xianxia entered it, he could probably cut off the connection with the hourglass. However, that remained only a possibility as he couldn't be certain about something he had never tried before. Nevertheless, that was indeed his last resort. Seated across from Xianxia, Wind Lord burst into a fit of laughter. A displeased Xianxia gave him a cold look and said lethargically, "I'll knock out all your teeth if you keep laughing." Wind Lord shook his head and replied in an equally weakened voice, "You'll never be able to do that. The infinite hourglass isn't just flowing time Great Emperor's legacy artifact, it is also the control key for the entire flowing time temple. This king has activated the power of the palace through the hourglass to protect me. Unless this beast can destroy the entire palace, no one will be able to harm me. Not even a great emperor." "Say that again. If a great emperor really arrives at this place," Xianxia sneered. Despite his mockery, he knew that Wind Lord was stating the truth. Lies were unnecessary at this point. Moreover, Zhui Feng had rammed into the light screen twice earlier. Each time he did it, the entire palace would shake, which went to show that the light screen was indeed closely connected to the palace itself. Unless they could destroy the palace as a whole, they would never be able to harm Windlord. But how was Zhui Feng supposed to shatter the flowing time temple? They were basically stuck in a deadlock. As they spoke, Zhui Feng dashed forward for the third time. Windlord gave the beast a dismissive look. "This beast is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it has sided with the wrong person." "Boy, don't you worry. After you pass away, this king will have plenty of time to tame it." Windlord thought that Zhui Feng was just a mount Xianxia had tamed. If he knew that Zhui Feng was Chang Tian's former mount, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. Although Chang Tian wasn't technically a demon saint, he undoubtedly possessed the power of a demon saint. How was Windlord supposed to tame a demon saint's mount? Zhui Feng was friendly with Xianxia because the latter had a dragon clan bloodline, but they were not master and servant. Right then, Zhui Feng reached Windlord. He had learned his lesson, so he didn't ram into the light screen this time. Instead, he raised his front hooves and forcefully stomped onto it. Given the power of his stomp, the light screen should have shattered even if it was as strong as a mountain. However, the light screen only dented slightly before it was restored to its original state. By acting this way, Zhui Feng was spared from the fate of flying backwards again, only arching his back a little before stabilizing himself and stomping forward again. Every time his hooves came into contact with the light screen, the palace would rumble and a deafening thud would reverberate around the spacious hall. Despite his best efforts, the light screen remained intact, completely incensing Zhui Feng. As he kept neighing, he repeatedly turned to look at Xianxia as though he was asking for a solution from him. Xianxia had nothing to suggest unfortunately, as his only hope was that Zhui Feng could break the light screen on his own. After Zhui Feng stomped his hooves on the screen and caused the palace to shake one more time, an angry voice suddenly echoed around the palace. "It's so noisy! Who dares? Ouch! Why did you hit me? Open your eyes and look clearly." Another person was heard speaking. The first person was clearly a man, while the second voice belonged to a woman. Although she had only said a single sentence, her voice sounded melodious and rhythmic as though she was humming a song. Besides those in the hall, there were actually two more people in the palace. Windlord widened his eyes in disbelief and bellowed, "Who goes there?" He vigilantly looked around and spread his divine sense to trace the voices, but he failed in his attempt to do so. Besides himself, he could only sense Xianxia and the strange beast inside the hall. Xianxia also frowned even though he was aware that there were other people inside the palace. In fact, including Xianxia and Lu Yan, there should be 4 in total. However, the voices of the man and the woman just now were different from any of the 4 people he knew. The voices didn't belong to Lu Yan or Xianxia, and they certainly weren't the voices of Yangxiao and Yangshui either. Xianxia couldn't believe that there were even more people in the palace. Who were they? His heart sank as he felt that this issue had become thorny. If those 2 people had always been inside the palace, where were Yangxiao and Yangshui? Had Xianxia and Lu Yan fallen into deep sleep because of this unknown pair? Although Zhui Feng's sentience was low, his instincts were quite sharp. So when he heard the unfamiliar voices, he swiftly retreated and stood in front of Xianxia. He swung his tail repeatedly and darted his gaze around as he perked up his ears,
as though he had put his guard up high to protect Xianxia. After Wind Lord bellowed, he didn't get any reply, which caused him to sport a solemn expression. After some deliberation, he asked, "Who are you? Why don't you show yourselves?" Although he was in a terrible state, he still remained aloof and arrogant because he had the confidence to act so. He had activated the power of the flowing time temple through the hourglass, so he was protected. Unless someone could destroy the palace, no one would be able to harm him. Even though the unknown man and woman who hadn't shown up seemed to be fairly strong, Wind Lord wasn't a pushover. That was why he wasn't afraid of them. However, given the situation he was in, he would rather not make more enemies, so he decided to find out who these two were by forcing them to show themselves first before coming up with any plan. After he asked these questions though, Wind Lord still didn't get any reply, as though what he had just heard was an auditory hallucination, which caused him to knit his brow deeply. He turned to look at Xianxia and Zhui Feng, but upon seeing their reactions, he knew he wasn't hearing things. Xianxia must have heard the voices as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be showing such an expression. Wind Lord frowned and said grimly, "Show yourselves." Inside a hall in the deepest part of the palace, there was a mirror that was as large as a tub. The mirror wasn't something physical though and seemed to have been created by some secret technique. In the mirror was reflected the image of Xianxia, Windlord, and Zhui Feng. At this moment, the unknown man and the woman were looking down at what was happening in the other hall. These two looked quite young, with the man appearing about 16 or 17 years old, while the woman appeared no older than 20. The man was tall and handsome, his long hair the purest of white, tied up in a neat ponytail. His demeanor was elegant and he gave off an amiable feeling. On the other hand, the woman was clad in a long yellow dress. She was slim and attractive with red lips and a delicate nose. Her skin was as white as snow and her jet black hair hung loosely over her shoulders. By just standing there, they were quite a sight to behold. At this moment, the young woman was staring fixedly at the person in the mirror. Seeing Xianxia's face that had aged so much, along with his hair that had turned completely gray, she felt her eyes turning bloodshot as tears streamed down her face. The young man beside her had white hair as well, but unlike Xianxia, he was born with such a hair color. On the other hand, Xianxia's gray hair was a sign that most of his vitality had left him, and he was rapidly approaching his predestined time of death. Although the young woman hadn't really ventured into the martial world, she had a fairly powerful cultivation, which was why she understood just what she was seeing. Her eyes had reddened and she was tearing up because she felt sorry for Xianxia. In the next moment, though, she became furious and shifted her attention to Wind Lord, who was leaning against the wall, her alluring eyes filling with murderous intent. The young man beside her was staring at the mirror as well, but his forehead was drenched in cold sweat as though he had just come across a ghost. At the same time, he kept muttering, "I'm dead. I'm so dead." Then he started pacing around as if it was the end of the world for him. All of a sudden, his gaze brightened as he turned to look at the young woman. "Ahem. You can handle everything here. I'll take my leave." After he finished speaking, he moved and broke through space into the void in an attempt to flee. The young woman lifted her slender hand in a practiced manner, however, and accurately pinched the young man's ear before yanking him back. The young man crouched down in pain and said aggrievedly, "Stop. Can't we talk about this? If you need anything, just tell me about it and I'll do it for you without even batting an eye. Please have mercy and stop pinching my ear. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. If word gets out, it will bring great shame to me and the Dragon Clan as well." Both of them appeared to be of a similar age, but the young man behaved like he was a junior to the young woman, who didn't find it awkward at all, as though this was how it was supposed to be. After hearing what he had said, she gave him a look and pointed at Wind Lord in the mirror. "I want him to beg for death." The young man batted his eyes. "That's it. Can you do it or not?" the young woman demanded. The young man patted his chest confidently and declared, "Leave it to me." After that, he flashed a fawning smile at the young woman, who stared at him for a moment before releasing his ear. After regaining his freedom, the young man rubbed his ear and cursed at Wind Lord, who was inside the mirror. He was clenching his teeth as if he had shifted all the blame to Wind Lord for the pain he had suffered.
A moment later, he put on a smile and let out a breath before saying, "It's said that Tao changes everything, be it for better or for worse. Everything in this world is inconstant, including humans." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly entered the mirror. As a ripple spread across its surface, the young man disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in the hall and stood in front of Wind Lord. The young man was handsome and his smile appeared harmless. Wind Lord was flabbergasted because from his perspective the young man appeared too abruptly, as though he just walked out of the void with no signs prior to that. Wind Lord narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man warily, given that even with his cultivation he still wasn't able to gauge how powerful this young man was. Other than the fact that he himself was in a terrible state currently, it also went to show that the young man before him was truly extraordinary. The young man's voice was identical to the one that had reverberated around the hall earlier, so Windlord could confirm that this young man was the one who spoke earlier. With a solemn expression, he intended to inquire about his identity, but the young man didn't give him a chance. Keeping a faint smile on his face, the young man extended his hand and said lightly, "Don't you feel ashamed for stealing someone else's stuff? It's time you returned what doesn't belong to you to its rightful owner." His expression was nonchalant, as though he was facing a powerless scholar instead of a pseudo-great emperor, and his movement appeared so effortless it was as if he was just bending over to pick a flower. The young man's fair hand easily penetrated the light screen, which Zhui Feng was unable to damage one bit no matter how hard he tried, and snatched the infinite hourglass from Windlord's palm. Windlord was astonished because the hourglass was Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy artifact, which was what he heavily relied on in this place. It was also an item that could be used to control the entire Flowing Time Temple. He had used his blood essence to activate the power of the palace to protect himself earlier, so even if a great emperor appeared, he shouldn't have been able to harm him unless he could destroy the palace as a whole. Windlord had told Yang Kai as such before, and it was the truth. However, he hadn't expected that a young man would appear out of thin air, taunt him lightly, then ignore the protective light screen and snatch the infinite hourglass right out of his hand. What just happened was more terrifying for Windlord than if a great emperor had actually arrived. Even though a great emperor was immensely powerful, it was still possible to make sense of their methods. However, the young man didn't exude any aura when he extended his hand just now, which was why Windlord was lost as to how the young man had achieved what he had. While he was in a dazed state, he realized that the weight on his left palm was gone as the hourglass had disappeared. Looking up, he saw that the young man had straightened up and the hourglass was now in his hand. Presently, the young man was curiously studying the hourglass. At that instant, Windlord felt a chill running down his spine and he was drenched in cold sweat, like his blood had all frozen solid. "So, this is the infinite hourglass." The young man fiddled with it for a moment and pursed his lips. Then, he nonchalantly chucked the hourglass over his shoulder, as though he was throwing away a piece of trash. Following that, the young man's expression changed as he turned from gentle into ferocious. Stomping his foot on Windlord's chest, he bellowed, "So, you're the one who disturbed this young master's peace. Don't you know this place already has an owner? Did you even get this young master's permission before entering? How dare you come here without my permission? You bastard! I'll stomp you to death." As the young man cursed, he kept mercilessly trampling on Windlord. Windlord was dumbfounded. He had already exhausted himself when he activated the power of the palace earlier, but the young man easily passed through the light barrier and was now stomping on him like a hoodlum while he became paralyzed on the ground. He was a pseudo-great emperor, but at this moment he was like a thug on the streets who had just lost a brawl. Windlord had curled up on the ground to protect his vital organs as he could not stop the young man from kicking him. A moment later, he spat a mouthful of blood as he was covered in shoe prints. It was an understatement to say that he was in a sorry state. Presently, he felt both confusion and shame as he couldn't help but wonder who the young man was. He had stayed in this place for nearly 100 years to recuperate and refine the infinite hourglass, but he had never realized that there were other people inside this palace. Moreover, the young man had declared that he was taking back what rightfully belonged to him, as though the hourglass belonged to him. However, the hourglass was Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy artifact, so how was it possible that this young man was its owner? Yang Kai was dumbfounded as well.
The young man appeared abruptly and took the hourglass effortlessly before violently kicking Wind Lord. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but before he understood what was going on, he saw a young woman appear in front of him. The young woman nonchalantly caught the hourglass, which was thrown away by the young man earlier. It seemed that the young man knew she was around, which was why he chucked it in that direction. Although they didn't talk to each other, this incident showed how well they knew one another. As their eyes met, Xianxia fell into a dazed state. The young woman's eyes were drenched in tears, and she was staring at him with her lips pressed together tightly, as though she was trying to suppress her sorrow. What made Xianxia fall into a dazed state wasn't her expression, however, but rather her face. He found the young girl familiar, as if he had met her before, but he couldn't recall where. However, he was certain that the young woman wasn't hostile to him. Instead, she gave off an incredibly warm feeling, as though she was a family member instead of a stranger. Zhui Feng neighed and charged forward as he had no idea what was going on. Seeing that the young woman had appeared out of nowhere, he thought that she was going to harm Xianxia, which was why he had to protect him. "Stop!" Xianxia pressed his hand against his chest and shouted. Zhui Feng understood human language, so he immediately stopped in his tracks as he darted his gaze between the young woman and Xianxia. Then he obediently stood beside Xianxia, but he remained vigilant to prevent any unwanted outcome. "You are..." Xianxia examined the young woman and increasingly believed that he had met her somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall where. Nevertheless, he just had to ask her to find out. The young woman parted her lips, but before she could speak, she started tearing up. Just like pearls that had slid off the string, her tears dropped onto the ground as her shoulders trembled. She also covered her mouth in an attempt to prevent herself from sobbing out loud. However, she failed in her attempt to do so and she started wailing, her tears streaming down her face and falling onto the ground. Xianxia was torn between tears and laughter as he said, "Just let it all out." Upon hearing this, the young woman stopped suppressing her sorrow and bawled loudly, calling out through her tears, "Big brother?" Xianxia batted his eyes and thought that he had heard it wrong, or that the young woman had mistaken him for someone else. There was indeed someone in this world who called him Big Brother, and she was supposed to be in the Flowing Time Temple as well. However, that person was just a little girl when she came to this place. It had indeed been a few years since then, but it was impossible that she had grown to be such an attractive young woman. When that idea flashed across his mind, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and examined her again. For some reason, he felt that this young woman took after his parents. Her petite nose was identical to that of his father, while her delicate brow was strikingly similar to those of his mother. Could even be said that her face resembled that of Xianxia's. Xianxia's pupils contracted as he gulped and said in disbelief, "Schwer." The young woman nodded repeatedly, which caused her tears to sprinkle even more, and she replied in a shaking voice, I'm schwer. I'm schwer. Big brother." She became agitated and sobbed uncontrollably after Xianxia recognized her. Then, she fell to one knee in an attempt to hug Xianxia, but seeing that he was in an awful state, she held back her urge. Instead, she cupped his face and muttered, "Big brother, I missed you, and father, and mother." Feeling the warmth of her hands, Xianxia became astounded as though he was in a dream. Xianxia was nothing more than a little girl when she entered the Four Seasons realm a few years ago. Supposedly, she should be 10 years old now, which would still make her a child. Nevertheless, the young woman in front of Xianxia didn't look anything like a 10-years girl. The question was, how was this possible? The way the young woman called Xianxia Big Brother tugged at his heartstrings. Every time he returned to his home, a little girl would call him that in the same clear voice, which could easily make him feel joyful. Xianxia trusted his own feelings. The young woman before his eyes shared the same bloodline as him, and this kind of familial bond couldn't be faked by anyone. Therefore, he was absolutely certain that the woman before his eyes was the one that would always ask him to play with her whenever he came home and would always see him off with tears and stare at him longingly whenever he had to leave. She was his one and only sister, Xianxia.
Yang Kai put on a smile which affected his wounds, so his smile looked uglier than if he was crying. Before he asked in shock, "Why have you?" He wanted to ask her why she had grown up all of a sudden, but he soon recalled what had happened to Windlord. He had practically stepped into the flowing time temple right after Windlord, but when he arrived at this place, Windlord had already stayed here for 100 years. During this period of time, Windlord had fully recovered and partially refined the infinite hourglass. Judging from Windlord's case, it seemed that time principles affected the flow of time itself in the palace, making them different from those in the outside world. Perhaps it was due to the palace's own power, or a mysterious secret technique was involved. Since it had happened to Windlord, how long had Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stayed here? They had only entered this place a few years ago from the perspective of the outside world. But in here, Yang Kai decided to ask in a different way, "How old are you now?" Yang Shui continued sobbing as she replied, "I don't know, but we've been cultivating here for 500 years. 500 years. Yang Kai felt speechless when he heard this. It was no wonder that the little girl had turned into a woman all of a sudden, and she immediately teared up upon seeing him. 500 years were long enough for her to grow up. She had left home as a child and cultivated in isolation for 500 years, which was why she couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her face when she saw her dearest family member. Although Yang Kai frequently left home and sometimes he'd be held up in the outside world for a long time, the longest he had ever been away for had not exceeded 50 years. Hence, the idea that Yang Shui had stayed here for 500 years was inconceivable. In fact, it had only been over 100 years since Yang Kai started cultivating. "Stop crying." Yang Kai lifted his hand to wipe the tears off her face, but his attempt was futile as her tears just wouldn't stop streaming down her face. "You're already 500 years old. Why do you still behave like a child?" He suddenly pulled a funny face for her. This was what he always did for the little girl back then, and it always brought a smile to her face. As expected, Yang Shui burst into laughter while her eyes were still drenched in tears. Those were tears of joy. Torn between laughter and tears, she said, "I'm no longer a child. I'm even older than you." Staring at Yang Kai's aged face and gray hair, she realized that he was probably several thousand years old now, so she was still younger than her big brother. As a result, she started bawling again. Yang Kai stroked her head and shifted her attention by saying, "Since you've already grown up, is that shower over there?" After that, he turned his head and pointed in that direction. Certainly, he had seen the young man appear just now, but he didn't have any special feelings at that time. He was just shocked that there were other people in this palace. However, Yang Kai was in an awful state, so he didn't have the heart to care about such things at the moment. He was simply elated to see that the young man had gone over to deal with Windlord. Now that Yang Shui's identity had been confirmed, it was apparent who the young man was. Yang Xiao was a white dragon, and he was born with a head of white hair. This feature would never change, so this young man must indeed be the boy Yang Kai knew. Without turning her head, Yang Shui stared at her big brother and replied in a choking voice, "NN, he's shower." Yang Kai chuckled. "Both of you have grown up." Suddenly recalling something, he snorted as his face twitched. Across from them, Yang Xiao kept kicking Windlord until the latter spat blood and became limp on the ground. As a pseudo-great emperor, Windlord had never been humiliated in such a way before. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless to do so. He had used up all his energy in his battle against Yang Kai, and the hourglass had been taken away from him. Even a Dao Source Realm master would be capable of defeating him with ease now, not to mention that the one beating him was Yang Xiao. Although Yang Xiao acted ferociously, he made sure not to kill Windlord directly, which was why the latter wasn't at risk of losing his life despite the fact that he was completely battered. After Yang Xiao finished beating Windlord up like a thug, he turned around and sported a solemn expression before cupping his fists at Yang Kai. "Greetings, adoptive father. Shower cannot express his joy at seeing you again in this palace." A gratified Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Good son, come over and let me have a proper look at you." Yang Xiao batted his eyes and replied hesitantly, "Yes." He then slowly shuffled towards Yang Kai. Following that, he bowed and said, "Adoptive father, just tell me what you want me to do." Xiao is a man now, so he will do his utmost to be of assistance. Yang Kai examined him and nodded his head repeatedly with a gratified expression. "Good, good. Both of you have grown up splendidly. I am glad you are both well."
Although he was certain that it was a great opportunity for these two children to have entered the Flowing Time Temple, Xianxia was still worried because Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance was involved. Seeing that they had grown up to be fine young adults, he could finally put down his worries. Xianxia could also cast away the worries of the two elders from the dragon clan and his own parents. Upon hearing Xianxia's caring words, Xianxia felt his eyes reddening as he was moved. In a loving voice, he called out, "Father." Although he was a member of the dragon clan, he was actually hatched by Xianxia. After that, he also left Dragon Island with him. Compared to his own parents, he found himself closer to Xianxia. Leaning against the wall, Xianxia beckoned to him and said in a weakened voice, "Come closer." Xianxia took a few steps forward and leaned closer to Xianxia. While he was unsuspecting, Xianxia directly landed a fist on his head, which prompted him to cover his head and stagger backward. With an aggrieved expression, he asked, "Adoptive father, why did you hit me?" Xianxia snorted, "Why do you think?" Xianxia darted his gaze around and grinned. "An adoptive father must be thinking that my cultivation is not good enough, so you decided to encourage me to work harder. Don't worry, Xiao will remember adoptive father's teachings and will strive to not disappoint you." Certainly, Xianxia knew why Xianxia had hit him. Before he showed up, he had cursed at the people in the hall, so even though he didn't mean to, he had also cursed Xianxia. It was unforgivable for a son to curse his father. That was why right after he showed up, he went over to deal with Windlord and why he was hesitant when Xianxia told him to come over. It was also the reason Xianxia had hit him. Given the state Xianxia was in, there should have been no way he could hit Xianxia. It was just that Xianxia didn't dodge it. The punch basically served as a lesson for Xianxia and the matter was thus over. Certainly, he understood that. After taking the punch, Xianxia put on a smirk as he had set his mind at ease. Then, he asked, "Adoptive father, how did you come in?" Old Xiong said that no one else could come in besides him. "He's so unreliable." "By the way, who is that guy over there? He seems powerful, but he had only spat some blood after he was beaten up. His cultivation and figure." "Shut up." Xianxia shot him a glare. Xianxia immediately shut his mouth and did a zipping gesture as though he had stitched up his mouth using an invisible force. "Big brother, I'll heal you now." Xianxia supported his weight and made him sit up before brushing away the tears on her face. After she was interrupted by Xianxia, she stopped crying, but her eyes had still become swollen. Xianxia waved his hand with a smile. "I'm fine. You don't have to help me." The damage he had suffered was no ordinary injury. His life had been drained away, so ordinary methods would be of no use to him. If he wanted to live longer, he had to save himself by achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. Only by doing so could he hope to lengthen his life. He could also look for some treasures that could extend his life. Given High Heaven Palace's power, it wouldn't be so difficult to collect such items, but there was a limit as to how many years could be added to his life using those treasures. Now, all Xianxia could hope for was to try to break through to the pseudo-great emperor realm during his limited lifetime. Xianxia, however, shook her head and declared, "Big brother, don't worry. I can heal you." Xianxia was stunned, but seeing the look of confidence on her face, he didn't have the heart to turn her down. So he simply nodded, "Good. Show big brother what you've cultivated in the past 500 years. Xianxia flashed a smile at him and declared, "I won't disappoint you." After she finished speaking, she sat down with her legs crossed in front of Xianxia and held the hourglass in her left palm. Then, she performed different hand seals with her right hand as her emperor chi surged. Xianxia arched his brow. "You're already a first-order emperor." It took Xianxia 500 years to reach the first-order emperor realm, which while it couldn't be considered the fastest as Xianxia had reached the same realm much quicker, it was already much better compared to most Emperor Realm Masters. The next moment, Xianxia's expression was transformed by shock as Xianxia exuded a very familiar principal strength. Under the influence of this principal strength, his perception became blurred again. Time principles? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. He wouldn't have been so surprised if it was Xianxia who exuded this principal strength, as in the past, Xianxia had showcased an innate talent for time principles, which was why Qiongqi took the initiative to bring him to enter the Four Seasons realm, so that Xianxia could receive Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance. However, Xianxia was shocked that Xianxia had also cultivated time principles. Moreover, it appeared that her mastery of time principles was outstanding. Not just anyone could cultivate time principles, as it was even more esoteric than space principles. In a sense, it was actually more difficult to cultivate time principles than space principles. Yang Xiao had some kind of bloodline talent for time principles, but why was Yang Shui also able to cultivate them as well? Whatever the reason, both of them had taken advantage of their own opportunities in this palace over the past 500 years. This was something others couldn't even ask for or be envious of. Yang Kai felt a little lost in his heart, not because the little girl had turned into a woman and her cultivation had become powerful, but because he realized that he really hadn't taken care of his little sister and protected her as a big brother should. When Yang Shui was still a child, he hadn't even spent a lot of time by her side. In the blink of an eye, not only had she grown up to be a mature young lady, but she was also able to heal him and support him now. When Yang Xiao appeared and took the infinite hourglass away from Windlord, the connection between Yang Kai and the Great Emperor's legacy artifact had been cut off. However, when Yang Shui performed her set of hand seals, he was reconnected to the hourglass. The connection couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be clearly felt. It was as though his life now was tied to the hourglass. Yang Shui didn't turn the hourglass upside down like how Windlord did though, instead she only pointed 2 fingers at the item. In an instant, the 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand inside the hourglass trembled before breaking through the container's barrier and changing into a stream that swirled above Yang Kai's head. Seeing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. What was happening suggested that Yang Shui was able to activate the power of this Great Emperor legacy artifact. But he couldn't detect any traces that she had refined this hourglass before. How had she managed to achieve this? Moreover, the hourglass had been in Windlord's hands, and he had to spend 100 years refining it before he could even partially activate it. On the other hand, it seemed that Yang Shui had a significant advantage over Windlord in this regard. After swirling around 3 times, the sand streamed into Yang Kai's body through his head, as though it was intangible. Yang Kai shuddered, and following that, he was over the moon because when the 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand rushed into his head, he could feel that his lost lifespan was returning to him in a rapid manner. Lifting his hand, he saw that firmness had been restored to his skin and his physique began filling out as well. And this was just the transformation he could see with his bare eyes. Within his body, he realized that he had regained his strength and all his organs became vibrant again. At that instant, he couldn't help but start laughing heartily. He had used up all his energy and almost set off on the road to the Yellow Springs together with Windlord. At that time, he didn't worry too much as he just thought that he mustn't let Windlord bring the hourglass out of the palace. He wouldn't mind it even if he had to lose his life to achieve this goal. However, after the dust settled, Yang Kai naturally started feeling terrified. It wasn't that he was afraid of death per se, but if he passed away, what would happen to the sealed world bead? How would they continue devouring the demon realm? What about the trillions of lives in the star boundary? He was also worried about his friends and family. That was the reason he was terrified. Now that he was able to get back his life through the flowing time divine sand, he didn't have to worry that his time was up in this world anymore. With the return of his lifespan, Yang Kai's injuries seemed to heal as well, and soon he ceased looking like he was about to die. On the contrary, he appeared quite energetic. Yang Shui appeared diligent as a layer of sweat had formed on her brow. It was apparent that using this technique cost her quite some energy. 1 hour later, her figure started trembling slightly and her face had turned pale. Following that, she used a different set of hand seals, and at that instant, Yang Kai felt extremely itchy as very fine particles began streaming out of his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the flowing time divine sand. Following Yang Shui's guidance, all 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand returned to the hourglass. She let out a breath and waved her hand, after which a mirror appeared in front of Yang Kai and reflected his current appearance. As she giggled, she asked, "Big brother, are you happy with how you look now?" Yang Kai stared at the mirror and examined himself carefully. There were some changes to his face, but they were negligible, as if he was just 5 or 6 years older than before. Nevertheless, his hair was slightly gray, which made him look more mature than he was. Yang Shui said after a sigh, "This is the best I can do for now. After shower and I fully refine the hourglass, we'll help you recover all your lost life." "This is good enough," Yang Kai said, satisfied with the result.
He was about to die of old age just now, but his vitality had been almost fully restored, so he was more than happy. At the same time, he was shocked by Yang Shui's capabilities. Nevertheless, he knew that it must be the power of the hourglass rather than her own capabilities. The power of the great emperor's legacy artifact was indeed inscrutable. Wind Lord had probably only activated a tiny fraction of its true power. Then, he asked, "How many years of my life are still missing?" Yang Shui's eyes turned moist again when she heard that, and then she replied gently, "A few hundred years." She appeared to be deep in self-blame. If she worked harder in the past, she could have gotten back all of her big brother's stolen life just now. Unfortunately, she still wasn't strong enough and hadn't fully refined the hourglass yet. Yang Kai, however, guffawed and patted her head. "Just leave it. I'm glad that I'm now older than you by a few hundred years. No big brother in this world is younger than his own younger sister." After he finished speaking, he attempted to get to his feet. "Big brother, don't move yet. Let me examine you to see whether you've suffered from any hidden injuries." Yang Shui pressed him down and turned to look at Wind Lord, who was still curled up on the ground. As she narrowed her alluring eyes, a murderous intent flashed across her gaze. "Leave him to shower and me." It was the first time Yang Kai saw his little sister becoming so fierce. When she was still a child, even if she was annoyed, she would only pout to pretend that she was angry, which made her look adorable. Now that she had grown up and revealed real murderous intent, it was difficult for Yang Kai to get used to it. After all, she was his little sister, so he still adored her very much. Upon hearing her words, though, he replied with a smile, "But don't kill him. I still need him alive." Yang Shui turned around and flashed a smile at him. "Don't worry. As long as I want him to live, he won't die even if he wants to." She then looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao said with a grin, "Little ant, say no more." He balled up his fists and cracked his knuckles before shuffling towards Wind Lord. Wind Lord felt cold all over his body and his legs had turned to jelly. Although he was in a terrible state already, he was still able to hear. After listening to the conversation between the three people inside the hall, he knew that the young man and young woman were Yang Kai's allies. His situation was best described as when it rained, it poured. He had used up all his energy and the infinite hourglass had been taken away from him, which stripped him of the palace's protection. Now that there were two more powerful enemies, there was no way he was able to win. He was still traumatized from the beating just now. So when he saw Yang Xiao walking over with a wicked smile, he quickly shouted, "You can kill me but not humiliate me. Kill this king, so he may advance ahead of you to the Yellow Springs." Yang Xiao grinned wickedly and taunted, "Hey, waste. Didn't you hear what little ant just said? If she wants you to live, you won't be able to die even if you want to." Then, he bent over and extended his hand before lifting Wind Lord with ease. On the other hand, Yang Shui didn't even turn her head as she extended a finger, after which a beam of light shot out of it and hit Wind Lord. Wind Lord's expression instinctively changed as he thought that she wanted to kill him, but he soon set his mind at ease. Now that he had fallen into their hands, he would rather die than be shamed. However, when the beam of light shot into his body, he was shocked. That was because the profound power within the light didn't harm him. Instead, it was actually beneficial to him as he could clearly feel his wounds healing rapidly. The injuries caused by Yang Xiao had been cured and he had regained some energy. Nevertheless, after several attempts, he still wasn't able to struggle out of Yang Xiao's grip. Yang Xiao flashed a smile at him and said, "The good show is about to begin. Enjoy yourself." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and hurled Wind Lord to the ground. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Yang Xiao was born with immense physical strength, and after cultivating in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years, he had obtained Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, so he could already be considered one of the top cultivators in this world. Following his move, a loud thud was heard as Wind Lord's back came into contact with the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as his back literally cracked. Yang Xiao inched forward as his fists turned into illusory phantoms before he began raining down punches on Wind Lord. He didn't expend a lot of power, as he only used a bit of his brute force, but that was still able to inflict excruciating pain upon Wind Lord with every blow while not dealing enough damage to kill him outright. Soon,
Wind Lord became half dead and could hardly even breathe.
Fortunately, as a pseudo-great emperor, he was pretty sturdy, otherwise he would have been beaten to death already. On the other hand, Xianxia made sure that Wind Lord remained on the edge of losing his life.
If he really killed him, he wouldn't be able to help his adoptive father and little aunt vent their anger. After Xianxia stopped, Xianxia shot out a light from her finger again and infused it into Wind Lord's body. Just like what had happened earlier, the wounds on Wind Lord's body healed and he regained some strength again. But rather than feeling happy, he only felt terror. "Come on!" Xianxia bellowed and pounced on him before beating him up again. Kai was shocked as well. Xianxia had shot out a light twice and caused such a significant transformation to Wind Lord. Despite his acute vision, he still wasn't able to see through the secrets behind it. With a frown, he asked, "Is that a healing technique?" Xianxia kept staring at her big brother without blinking her eyes as though she could never watch him enough.
Upon hearing his question though, she replied with a smile, "It's not a healing technique, but it has the same effect." "What do you mean?" "It's time reversal." Seeing that Kai was interested to find out more, Xianxia explained it to him with joy. In the past, Uncle Xianxia wanted to bring Shower to enter the Four Seasons realm. He said that Shower was gifted and born suited to cultivate the Tao of Time, so he wanted Shower to receive the great emperor's inheritance. At that time I was still a mischievous child, so I insisted on coming with Shower.
Uncle Xianxia couldn't dissuade me, so he finally agreed to it.
Big sister Lu Yen decided to tag along to protect us, which was why she also came to this place. After explaining why they were all here, she went on to narrate, "Shower is indeed gifted and the best person to receive the great emperor's inheritance, but he was naughty and impatient.
Fortunately, I was around, so I would always play with him. A long time later, I missed our parents and you, so I wanted to go out. However, it was easy to get into the Four Seasons realm but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. At that point, Big Sister Lu Yen decided to teach me how to cultivate, so I focused on it and my cultivation gradually improved. One day, Shower and I were talking about our own progress in cultivation, and I realized that what he had cultivated was somehow easy for me to understand. After finding out about it, Uncle Xianxia was greatly surprised. After some tests, he realized that I could also cultivate the great emperor's inheritance. Since then, I had started cultivating the Tao of Time with Shower until now. However, the aspects we study are different.
Shower focuses on the future while I'm better at controlling the past." As she spoke, she lifted a finger and shot a light at Windlord, who had just been tortured to the brink of death by Xianxia. Upon receiving the light, his injuries had been healed again.
With a grin, Xianxia said, "Just like that. In a way, I can turn back the hands of time." His current condition is just like after he finished battling against Big Brother earlier. The studies of the past and the future were also the studies of the Tao of Time.
Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance had apparently been divided into two parts. Xianxia and Xianxia had comprehended each of the two parts and they had excelled in their respective fields, so they could be considered Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance disciples.
It was because Xianxia had cultivated the power of the past that she was able to reverse time to a certain extent, just like what she had done to both Windlord and Kai.
Making use of the infinite hourglass's power, she was able to help Kai get back the life he had lost, which was a kind of time reversal as well. It was also thanks to the hourglass that she was able to restore Windlord's condition to a certain point in the past. Seeing that Kai was stunned, Xianxia burst into laughter and said, "Although it's a powerful technique, there are many limitations. Given my strength, I'm still not able to bring the dead back to life.
I also can't heal wounds that are too severe." She seemed to have seen through Kai's thoughts, which was why she explained it to him. It was then Kai who nodded his head. When he heard that she was able to reverse time, the first idea that sprang into his mind was resurrection.
If time principles were so powerful, she would be able to use time reversal and resurrect anyone who happened to lose their life in front of her. In that case, this kind of power would be invaluable.
However, after hearing Xiaxia's explanation, Kai realized that it was nothing more than a pipe dream. If time principles were so heaven-defying, Flowing Time Great Emperor wouldn't have passed away. As someone who had mastered time principles, he should have been able to live as long as the heavens. Although cultivation was heaven-defying in and of itself, cultivators still had to live within the will of the heavens. It was beyond a cultivator's capabilities to interfere in matters regarding life and death. Yang Shui went on to explain, "It's because Shower and I have cultivated the great emperor's inheritance that we're able to control this thing." She pointed at the hourglass in her hand. When Yang Shao appeared just now, he was able to take the hourglass away from Wind Lord with ease. On the other hand, there were no signs that Yang Shui had refined the hourglass, but she was able to activate the power within it. Everything had to do with the fact that they had cultivated in this place for a few hundred years. They had cultivated flowing time great emperor's orthodoxical inheritance, and the infinite hourglass was the great emperor's legacy artifact, which was left here for his inheritors. That was the reason they were able to use it with ease. Windlord was completely no match for them in this regard despite the fact that he had refined the hourglass here for 100 years. Speaking of the hourglass, Yang Shui appeared quite guilty. Shower and I have always known that this thing was in the palace. However, in the past, Uncle Xianxia told us that we should only take the treasure after we achieved some success in our cultivation.
I never expected that it would make Big Brother suffer one day. This isn't your fault. It was just my fate. Yang Kai waved his hand. Earlier, he still blamed Xianxia for leaving the great emperor's legacy artifact there, which allowed someone else to snatch it.
He had also suffered a setback because of this artifact, but looking back, he realized that Xianxia's actions were proper. The infinite hourglass was flowing time great emperor's legacy artifact, and although it was meant for his inheritors, it would be terrible for the cultivation process of Yang Shao and Yang Shui if they had obtained it too soon. Only by solidifying their foundations could they obtain the treasure and use it with ease. If they got this hallowed treasure when their cultivation was still weak, they could lose themselves to the treasure's power or become over-reliant on it, which would negatively affect their growth. With a frown, Yang Shui turned to look at Wind Lord, who was being beaten up by Yang Shao yet again, and she asked in puzzlement, "Big brother, do you know how that person got into the palace and refined this hourglass?" Supposedly, the flowing time temple had been sealed off. Unless they opened the door from inside, no one should be able to enter this place. However, not only had someone barged into the palace, but he had also taken the infinite hourglass away and refined it, which greatly confounded Yang Shui. The situation wouldn't have become so complicated if Windlord had only used the hourglass on its own, but in the last moments of Windlord's battle against Yang Kai, he had also used the hourglass to activate the power of the palace to protect himself. After Zhui Feng rammed into the light screen, the entire palace was affected, which shocked Yang Shao and Yang Shui, who were cultivating at that time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found out that so much had been going on in the palace. It was also thanks to what Windlord had done that caused the turn of events. Otherwise, Yang Kai could only hide inside the small sealed world and struggle on while at death's door. After a sigh, Yang Kai briefly told her about how he came across Windlord and Demon Heavenly Dao. He also emphasized the existence of flowing time great emperor's rib bone. Hearing this story, Yang Shui knitted her brows and raised her hand before she grabbed something from the void. Following that, a gigantic figure appeared before them. It was a hideous giant beast with a horrifying aura. He was none other than Xianxia. However, just like when Yang Kai saw him earlier, he was still in a deep slumber as his loud snoring seemed able to shake the world. Yang Shui explained, "When Shower and I cultivate the Tao of Time, the palace becomes affected. Sometimes space and time become a mess. That's why Uncle Xianxia told us to use a seal on both Big Sister Lu Yan and himself so that they would stop perceiving the passing of time." The two young kids had cultivated in this place for a few hundred years, so Xianxia and Lu Yan naturally became bored as they had nothing to do. The seal would make them fall asleep for up to 1,000 years, which was better than just waiting around. That was the reason Yang Kai wasn't able to wake up Lu Yan and Xianxia earlier. Yang Shui extended her delicate finger and pointed at Xianxia's head before yelling, "Release!" Following that, she exerted more force with her finger and a snapping sound was heard. She retracted her hand and waited. A few breaths later, Xianxia stopped snoring as his eyelids twitched. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, his ferocious aura swept across the hall. Having just awakened from several hundred years of sleep, he was still in a groggy state, but after his vision focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai, then was startled for a moment. At that instant, his gigantic figure contorted and turned into a savage old man with a wrinkly face. Anyone who didn't know him would think that he must be a horrendous criminal. They would also not be wrong since Xianxia wasn't a kind-hearted individual in the first place. He was an ancient ominous beast, and his foul temper and violent tendencies were not mere rumors. "Greetings, young master. Why are you here?" Despite his ferocious face, he spoke quite politely. Xianxia replied with a smile, "You can stop calling me young master." When Xianxia was hunted down by Li Wuyi and Jiufeng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to come across Xianxia just outside Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to make use of Xianxia to get himself out of trouble, so he persuaded Xianxia to be his young master. One of the reasons was that he wanted to seek his protection, but it was also because Xianxia had cultivated Time Fly's seal. However, now it seemed that Xianxia should stop addressing Xianxia in such a manner. After all, it was Yang Xiao and Yang Shui who had received Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, not him. Xianxia understood that as well, so he fell silent for a moment before asking again, "Master, why are you here?" Upon hearing that Xianxia had called him master instead, Xianxia was rendered speechless. After some deliberation, though, he realized that Xianxia wasn't wrong. Flowing Time Great Emperor was Xianxia's old master, and now that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had become the Great Emperor's disciples, they were Xianxia's young master and young lady. Since Xianxia was Yang Xiao's adoptive father as well as Yang Shui's big brother, it was perfectly reasonable for Xianxia to call Xianxia master. Not wanting to dwell on this issue, Xianxia said, "Shui will tell you all about it." Although most of his lifespan had returned to him, Xianxia was still lethargic after fighting such an intense battle. It would take him 10 days to half a month before he would recover completely. Understanding her big brother's condition, Yang Shui decided to narrate what had happened to Xianxia. Basically, a person called Windlord possessed Flowing Time Great Emperor's rib bone and arranged an array before he made use of that rib bone's power to summon forth the Flowing Time Temple. After his array was destroyed by Xianxia, he sacrificed part of the rib bone to break through the world barrier and sneak into the palace. Upon arrival here, Windlord managed to obtain the infinite hourglass. After listening to the story, Xianxia furrowed his brow. The incident wasn't complicated, so Yang Shui was able to explain it in just a short moment. Xianxia would fill in the details if there was anything unclear. After that, Yang Shui asked, "Uncle Xianxia, I would like to know why some of our honored master's remains are still in the outside world. Where is his tomb?" Everyone knew that Flowing Time Great Emperor had passed away a long time ago, and they thought that the Flowing Time Temple was his final resting place. However, only Xianxia, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui knew that his tomb wasn't in the palace. There was only the Great Emperor's inheritance here. As one of the Great Emperor's inheritance disciples, Yang Shui had the responsibility to investigate such issues. At the very least, she and Yang Xiao had to pay homage to the Great Emperor. Hearing her question, Xianxia paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Old master has no tomb." Xianxia frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Shui also looked inquisitively at him. If there was no tomb, how did Windlord manage to obtain the Great Emperor's rib bone? It wasn't like he could just pick it up randomly. Xianxia explained solemnly. "This old man shouldn't be telling you all this so soon, but things have reached a stage where it's pointless to hide it from you anymore." He paused for a moment. In the past, Old Master was a genius who managed to master the Tao of Time. It only took 1,000 years to comprehend the Grand Tao, which allowed him to obtain approval of the world's will and become a great emperor. When he was alive, he was famous and practically peerless, which was why he was also lonely. He had focused his entire life on cultivation, so he didn't marry or beget a child. For the following several thousand years, he secluded himself in the Flowing Time Temple until one day, he suddenly came out of his cultivation room and told me that he touched upon some mysterious principles from the outer universe. So, he decided to explore the outside world and told me to watch over the palace until he returned. Certainly, I would obey his order, so I stayed in the palace for the following years. At this point, Xianxia furrowed his brow and there was a sense of fear behind his fierce-looking gaze, which caused Yang Shui and Xianxia to be astounded. Xianxia was an ancient ominous beast who had accompanied Flowing Time Great Emperor for countless years, so there shouldn't be anything in this world that could scare him. Even if he was faced with another great emperor, he wouldn't have sported this kind of expression. However, the truth was that there was indeed a tinge of horror behind his gaze, and his voice was slightly shaking as he continued. Several hundred years later, the infinite hourglass broke through the void and returned to the palace. A tiny piece of old master's divine sense was left in the hourglass, which was very vague, but the message within it was clear. It was dangerous in the outer universe, and the great emperor had lost his life. Upon hearing that, Xianxia felt his entire body freeze all over, and he had goosebumps on every part of his skin. Throughout history, there were not many great emperors in total. Due to the limited capacity of this world, there would never be more than 10 great emperors at any one time. Despite that, the number of great emperors that had ever existed couldn't be considered small. After all, the star boundary had been in existence for countless years. As one era fell, another would rise. There would always be new great emperors replacing the old ones. Although there had been many generations of great emperors, there were two who stood out amongst them all as their powers far exceeded all others. One of them was heaven-devouring great emperor Wuxia, who had single-handedly killed 4 other great emperors in the Great Emperor's War in the Shattered Star Sea. The other one was Flowing Time Great Emperor, who had mastered the Tao of Time. Wuxia was still alive as his soul had occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body, with both souls currently inhabiting the same body. Presently, nobody knew where Wuxia was. On the other hand, Flowing Time Great Emperor had passed away a long time ago. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had comprehended the Grand Tao far before Wuxia ever did. There had been speculation among the people in the star boundary that if Flowing Time Great Emperor and Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor lived in the same era, a great struggle would have broken out between the two to see who would emerge supreme. However, it now seemed like Flowing Time Great Emperor comprehended some kind of mystery of the outer universe when he was cultivating in seclusion, so he decided to set off to explore the universe on his own. Unfortunately, a few hundred years later, he passed away, and only his legacy artifact, the infinite hourglass, returned to the Flowing Time Temple. How dangerous must the outer universe be that even Flowing Time Great Emperor was unable to traverse it safely? There were countless worlds in this vast universe. Both the star boundary and the demon realm were independent worlds, but where did Flowing Time Great Emperor go while he explored the universe? What happened to him? No one knew anything about it, not even Xianxia. After the hourglass returned, Xianxia was extremely mournful. He wanted to seek revenge for the great emperor, but he didn't even know who or where the enemies were, so how could he do that? Left with no choice, he could only stay in the Flowing Time Temple and wait for the right person to receive the great emperor's inheritance, so that he could fulfill what he had promised the great emperor before the latter embarked on his journey. At this point, Xianxia appeared quite guilt-ridden. Xianxia stared at him with narrowed eyes. "Old Xiong, that wasn't very honorable of you." Xianxia was intelligent, so she knew why Xianxia felt guilty and understood the meaning behind Xianxia's words. Since they had received Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance and became his inheritance disciples, they were now duty-bound to seek revenge for their honored master. That was the reason Xianxia was displeased with Xianxia. With a smile, however, Xianxia commented, "This is still an opportunity for Shower and me. We were fortunate enough to have received our honored master's inheritance, so this is the least we should do for him. Big brother, please don't blame old Xiong." Xianxia frowned, but he soon realized something. Flowing Time Great Emperor had lost his life in the outer universe, and although Xianxia and Xiao had obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, it would take them many years to reach a level of cultivation that would allow them to even think of seeking revenge for the Great Emperor. At the very least, they had to be powerful enough to leave the star boundary like Flowing Time Great Emperor first. No one knew when that would happen, so it was pointless to harp on this issue now. What happened next? Xianxia turned to Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. "There's no next. I thought that old master had passed away in the outer universe. After the hourglass returned, I left the temple to gather some information, but to no avail. Now, it seems that old master's remains had also returned to the star boundary at that time, but I hadn't managed to find out about it. If that wasn't the case, how could Wind Lord have obtained a bone from Flowing Time Great Emperor's body?" Then, Xianxia turned to look at Wind Lord. Xianxia looked in the same direction and realized that they had to pry the information about the great emperor's remains out of this man. Even while they were having a chat just now, Xianxia did not forget to reverse time for Windlord from time to time to ensure that he wouldn't die of his injuries. It was torture truly worse than death for Windlord. Although Xianxia hadn't used all his strength, he made sure that he would beat Windlord until his life had all but left him. Only at the precipice of death would the young woman shoot out a beam of light from her finger and use that invisible force to drag him back from death's embrace. And then he would be assaulted by Xianxia again. It had been a long time since Windlord started cultivating, but he had never even imagined such a cruel method of torturing someone. He was literally being forced to wander back and forth across the gates of death. The kind of terror this imprinted in his soul soon consumed his mind, as he was denied the right to beg for life or death. Although he was a pseudo-great emperor, he was unable to hold his ground any longer. At this moment, he was trembling violently like a quail in the winter, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Xianxia.
Certainly, Xianxia heard what the others had talked about, so he grabbed Windlord's collar and pulled him towards himself before glaring at him. "You will answer all of this young master's questions.
If you dare to lie, I will cut open your chest, pull out your organs and soak them in acid until they melt before feeding them to you one by one. You've seen what my little ant is capable of doing. Trust me."
Even if we dig out your 5 viscera and 6 organs only to make you choke them down again, she can ensure you relive the experience every day for the next 10,000 years. Windlord's face was all swollen and his entire body was covered in shoe prints, but when Xianxia spoke, he couldn't help but imagine himself being force-fed his own innards over and over again for all eternity. After a shudder, he quickly nodded his head in a weak manner. So what if he was a pseudo-great emperor?
In the face of such an unbearable torment, he was no different from an ordinary mortal as his psychological defenses had crumbled. "Where did you get that rib bone?" Xianxia got straight to the point. Windlord parted his lips and said the answer, and despite his hoarse voice, everyone in the hall was able to hear it clearly. East Sea. The East Sea was vast, and there were many normal and spirit islands dotted around. The most famous ones were certainly Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island, but that didn't mean there were no other spirit islands and sects on the East Sea. On the contrary, a great many sects existed on the ocean.
300,000 kilometers away from Spirit Beast Island sat Free Spirit Island, on which Free Spirit sect was located. It was a small sect with only 200 to 300 people in total. There were innumerable sects of such a scale on the East Sea. It hadn't been a long time since Free Spirit sect had been founded, only about 1,000 years. However, since it was located in the open sea, there were a lot of natural resources around which allowed it to thrive. But one day they had fallen into a crisis and the sect was destroyed. Windlord was a disciple from Free Spirit sect. He was born on the open sea, and a Free Spirit Island elder took a liking to him and accepted him as a disciple. However, Windlord's aptitude was considered average at best, so there were plenty of junior brothers and junior sisters who joined the sect later than he did and quickly surpassed him in terms of cultivation. The other elders didn't have high hopes for him, so they just let him do as he pleased. He led a carefree life, and besides doing some occasional missions for the sect, he spent most of his youth playing. He was a fan of diving, and he was pretty good at swimming. Before he started cultivating, he was able to stay in the water for an hour and reach 30 meters below the surface, so after he started cultivating, he was able to reach 1,000 meters below the surface. When he was diving one day, he found Flowing Time Great Emperor's rib bone at the bottom of the sea. At that time, he didn't think it was something important, but he soon realized it was no ordinary bone. He decided to keep the bone, not telling the others in the sect about it. When he was free, he would fiddle with the bone. For some reason, since he obtained the bone, his cultivation had started improving rapidly and he was able to reach higher realms quickly. However, no one found out about it as he hid well. Even the elder who took him in to be a disciple wasn't aware of this change. Although Windlord didn't understand the reason, he knew that the transformation he had gone through must have something to do with the bone, which was why he increasingly treasured it. Soon, his cultivation surpassed all others in the sect. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, but at some point, something happened that drove him mad. Consumed by some kind of heart demon,
Wind Lord became fully demonified and killed everyone in his sect.
After coming to his senses sometime later and realizing what kind of crime he had committed, he didn't dare to remain. Thus, he fled the East Sea and went into hiding. That was when he met Night Shadow Great Emperor. That man allowed him to enter his sect.
With the Great Emperor's rib bone, his cultivation increased further till he reached his current level. After that, the demons invaded the star boundary and demon Heavenly Tao rose to prominence. Naturally, Wind Lord sided with them and even became one of its 4 great lords, after which, he became a famous figure in the star boundary. Over the years, he had been fiddling with the Great Emperor's rib bone. As a pseudo-Great Emperor, he certainly understood that the bone was extraordinary, and as he felt a sense of gratitude towards his master, he decided to present the bone to Night Shadow Great Emperor, Ken Yi. As an experienced person, Ken Yi was able to figure out the bone's background at first glance. He knew that he was no match for Flowing Time Great Emperor when it came to fame and power, so he was naturally interested in the latter's legacy. Previously, Ken Yi had to keep watch on the Two Worlds passage, so he couldn't go off on his own. After Yang Kai returned to the star boundary and sealed the passage, the demons fell into deep trouble, and Ken Yi was even more unable to leave. Thus, he tasked Wind Lord to go to the Flowing Time Temple. Wind Lord had been carrying out his plan in secret, but Yang Kai happened to come across this incident and destroy the spirit array he was using, after which the palace disappeared into the Four Seasons realm. Left with no other choice, Wind Lord decided to dive into the palace and refine the infinite hourglass so that he could make use of it to control the temple. After that, he fell into an intense battle with Yang Kai. Up until this point, he still couldn't figure out how a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was able to go against him, which led both of them to be severely injured. In the end, 2 freaks like Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, as well as Xianxia had come to Yang Kai's rescue.
Wind Lord felt that he was probably the unluckiest person in the world. He would die with untold grievances if he were to lose his life now.
After hearing the story behind it, Xianxia asked with a frown, "There was only a single rib bone?" Wind Lord replied lethargically, "That's right." At this point, Wind Lord probably wouldn't lie to them. Since he said that there was only one, it must be the truth. "Have you revisited the place over the years?" "I have." Wind Lord spoke between coughing up blood, as though he was about to lose his life at any moment. "Since I found the Great Emperor's rib bone there, I would definitely revisit the place to conduct a proper search. But I never discovered anything else." "Do you remember where the place is?" Yang Shui asked. Wind Lord nodded gently. "Lead the way for us." Yang Shui stared at him. This was an important issue, so she and Yang Xiao had to personally go over to have a look.
Wind Lord was unable to find other remains, but that didn't mean that she and Yang Xiao couldn't. After all, they had received the Great Emperor's inheritance, so they had a connection with their honored master now.
If there were other remains at the bottom of the sea, they would certainly detect them as long as they were within a certain range. With his life or death hinging upon their whims, Wind Lord had no choice but to agree. Yang Shui turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Big brother, please wait for me here for 10 years. We'll leave this place together after that." Yang Kai lifted his hand and stroked her head. I'll wait for you all." 10 years would be a long time in the outside world to wait. But they were now in the Flowing Time Temple where time principles fluctuated wildly, so 10 years in this place were probably just a short moment in the outside world. Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to study a secret technique. While Wind Lord was gasping for breath, Yang Kai put him inside the small sealed world.
Although Wind Lord was a pseudo-Great Emperor, he had to be submissive when inside the small sealed world. Moreover, he was still severely injured, so he couldn't stir up any trouble even if he wanted to. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui returned to their own place to cultivate.
She wanted Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years, but she didn't specify what she was going to do, as she attempted to remain mysterious. Apparently, something good would soon happen. Before she left, she woke Lu Yen up. Yang Kai and Lu Yen were technically master and servant, so they were overjoyed after they were reunited. Inside the hall, Yang Kai told Lu Yen and Xianxia about what had happened to the star boundary in recent years. When all 4 of them entered the Four Seasons realm in the past, the demons still hadn't invaded the star boundary, so they had no idea what had been going on in the outside world. Upon learning the current situation in the star boundary, Lu Yen and Xianxia were astonished. This came as a surprise to them as they thought that they had just had a good sleep in the flowing time temple. But they had never expected that the entire star boundary had descended into chaos. Certainly, Xianxia would have to assist Yang Xiao and Yang Shui in the future. So he had to understand the current affairs in the star boundary so that they wouldn't be befuddled when they eventually left this place. The chat only lasted for a while. A few days later, Yang Kai found a cultivation room and entered a retreat. When he was in the demon realm in the past, he made use of the sealed world bead to devour the separate continents. However, as he gobbled up more continents, problems also came knocking on the door. The world principles in the third region of the sealed world bead slowly grew stronger and were now showing signs of assimilating the second region. The fundamental reason was that the world principles in the second region were weaker, so it was unable to resist the third region's invasion. Just like how water would always flow to a lower position, the more abundant world principles in the third region started streaming towards the second region. The second region was made up of the cultivation stars that Yang Kai had devoured in a lower star field. Presently, countless people from those cultivation stars were living together in the second region. If Yang Kai allowed the third region to assimilate the second, the people living there would swiftly become demonified. This would not be like that of the people from Demon Heavenly Dao, as these people were much weaker. Once they were invaded by Demon Qi, they would become living dead with no consciousness. With the number of cultivation stars Gun took in, billions upon billions of innocent people would be affected. Yang Kai had to swallow the rest of the demon realm if he wanted to end the war. But he also couldn't turn a blind eye to the plight of those people from the cultivation stars he devoured. Otherwise, he would be no different from a mass murderer. If that really happened, he would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Since he was unable to go on swallowing up the demon realm, he returned to the star boundary with Yu Rumeng and the others. If the issue wasn't settled, his plan of devouring the rest of the demon realm couldn't be continued. In fact, it wasn't so difficult to solve the problem. Since the problem lay with those people, he just had to move them out of the small sealed world. Yang Kai was the starfield master of Hung Luo Starfield, and there were many cultivation stars in the starfield that were suitable for living and cultivating. He just had to bring those people back to Hung Luo Starfield and help them settle down on those cultivation stars. This was the simplest solution, but it was also the hardest to carry out. There were indeed many cultivation stars in the lower star field, but every cultivation star had its own established system already. If a massive number of foreigners suddenly arrived in one place, it would undoubtedly cause upheaval. Take a city with 100,000 residents as an example. Although there would surely be some conflicts from time to time, the people were still able to live and work together in relative harmony. However, if 20,000 outsiders joined the city all of a sudden, everything would descend into chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but that was practically impossible because all the cultivation stars in the star field had been discovered and occupied. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to do it in another way. He wanted to separate the second region from the small sealed world and make it a world on its own. By doing so, he could prevent it from being consumed by the third region. Since the second region was formed after the sealed world bead ate several cultivation stars, logically it could also be separated. However, it was difficult for Yang Kai to achieve this. Separating an independent world from the bead was akin to creating a new world. This was even harder to achieve than creating another floating mountain like how Li Wui had done. However, if Yang Kai succeeded, it would be beneficial for his cultivation in the Tao of space, possibly even allowing him to achieve a transformational breakthrough in it. Despite the difficulty, there were great benefits to be reaped, which was why Yang Kai was in favor of this option. Furthermore, even if he failed, he could still transfer those people to different cultivation stars. He would just have to visit more cultivation stars and place fewer people in each of them. Li Wui had refined a new world before. The floating mountain was his work. In a way, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as forging a new floating mountain. Floating mountain was originally part of the star boundary. Li Wui had then separated it from the star boundary and made it a world of its own. The second region was from the small sealed world, so it stood to reason that Yang Kai could also pull it out and make it independent. He could learn from Li Wuyi's experience. However, The floating mountain was no longer with him because he had given it to Star Soul Palace to make the world pagoda complete again. Fortunately, besides the mountain itself, Li Wuyi had also given Yang Kai a jade slip. The jade slip contained Li Wuyi's insights on creating a new world. It could be said to be the essence of his understanding of the Tao of space. The tiny jade slip was akin to the most valuable treasure in this world for the current Yang Kai. Previously, he didn't have the time to study it and had planned to do so after he returned to the lower star field. Now that he had 10 years to spare though, he definitely couldn't waste the chance, therefore he decided to study it in seclusion. The jade slip contained all of Li Wuyi's insights into the Tao of space. So Yang Kai was soon immersed in it and swiftly lost track of the time. Time principles permeated the flowing time temple, which was a blessing left behind by flowing time great emperor. Although it wasn't the credit of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, they still had something to do with it. Since they had received the great emperor's inheritance and cultivated the great emperor's secret art, they had also activated an array inside the palace, which caused the time principles in this place to fluctuate, creating the differential with the outside world. This kind of blessing wasn't inexhaustible, of course. Once the time principle strength was exhausted, the wondrous effects in the palace would cease as well. To Yang Kai, he had practically gotten 10 years for free. For the next 10 years, he basically had nothing else to do. Xianxia and Lu Yan wouldn't bother him while Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were working hard on their own. Therefore, he could totally immerse himself in studying the jade slip. Only Zhui Feng wasn't able to stay idle. After Yang Kai released him from the small sealed world, he wasn't willing to go back again because no one could play with him inside the small sealed world. During these 10 years, he followed Xianxia and Lu Yan around. All three of them were divine spirits, and although their sources were wildly different, they managed to get along well as time passed. They learned from Yang Kai that Zhui Feng was a beast from the demon realm, and despite his low sentience, he was fairly powerful. In these 10 years, they frequently took part in friendly battles, so they knew one another's skills quite well. However, such a powerful beast was just a mount to a man on par with the demon saints in the demon realm. So Xianxia and Lu Yan wondered how formidable the demon saints must be. 10 years had passed with the snap of the fingers. One day, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard in the usually serene flowing time temple. It seemed that the muffled sound was coming from the deepest part of the temple. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was shaken awake. When he came to his senses, he released his divine sense to figure out what was happening. But before getting to the bottom of the situation, Yang Shui's clear voice was heard speaking into his ear. "Big brother, please give us a moment. Shower and I will be ready soon." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai knew that the unusual sound was caused by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, so he set his mind at ease and continued studying the jade slip. Despite what Yang Shui had said, the disturbance in the palace lasted for a month. Every breath of every single day, a rumbling sound was continuously heard throughout the halls. Sometimes lights would flow through the palace, flickering in different patterns. After a long roar was heard 1 month later, the palace finally fell silent again. All of a sudden, Yang Xiao appeared outside Yang Kai's cultivation room. He was clad in spotless white clothes, and his long white hair was tied into a ponytail. He was tall and energetic with a delicate face. After all, he was a dragon who was born to be outstanding. His face and demeanor would certainly attract countless girls in the future. The elegant young man bowed and cupped his fists before saying in a clear voice, "Adoptive father, please come out." By the time he finished speaking, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Zhao's gaze brightened as he said loudly, "Congratulations, adoptive father." A smiling Yang Kai asked, "Why are you congratulating me?" Yang Xiao replied, "There's a sharp glint behind your gaze and you appear energetic, so it's apparent that adoptive father must have gained something during your secluded cultivation. As your adoptive son, I must congratulate you." Yang Kai shook his head. "I was just learning from someone else's experience." He had spent the last 10 years comprehending Li Wuyi's insights, so he really was just learning from the latter. Yang Xiao also shook his head. "It doesn't matter whether you're just learning from someone else now. I'm sure adoptive father will master the secrets of the Grand Tao one day." Hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but size him up and scoffed. "How have you become such a smooth talker? Those from the Dragon Clan would never flatter others. If your parents saw you behaving in such a way, they'd definitely tidy you up." A solemn Xianxia replied, "It's thanks to adoptive father that I have become who I am today, so I wouldn't dare to accept your compliment." "You cheeky brat." Yang Kai scolded him with a smile.
Are you trying to say that if the main support is crooked, the floors will be too? I wouldn't dare to. Yang Xiao put on a fawning smile and bowed again before offering his hand, playing the part of a filial son serving his old father. "Let's go now, adoptive father.
Little Aunt has gotten everything ready. We can leave this place now." "Enough already. I'm still young. I don't need you to help me walk." Yang Kai slapped his hands away and shuffled out of the place with him. Presently, the flowing time temple's doors were wide open. Yang Shui, Qiong Qi, Zhui Feng, and Lu Yen were already waiting outside the palace. Hearing the noise from behind, Yang Shui turned around and took a brief look at Yang Kai's gray hair.
A sense of melancholy flashed across her eyes, but she soon said with a smile, "Big brother, thanks for waiting for so long." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "I happen to need some time to study a little something, so I should be thanking you instead." He then looked around.
"If you're all ready, let's get going." Yang Shui nodded and took a look at Yang Xiao, who smiled and shuffled forward to stand beside her. The next moment, both of them started forming different hand seals. Despite their different hand seals, the time principles exuded from them were the same. A moment later, Yang Xiao sported a solemn expression and stomped his foot on the ground. The palace before them started buzzing as a rumbling sound as loud as thunder was heard coming from all around. Yang Shui lifted her slender hand and shouted, "Rise! Hong Long Long!" The flowing time temple was uprooted like a tree as it rose from the ground. The flowing time temple wasn't just a palace, but it was also flowing time great emperor's mobile residence. It meant that it could be carried with him wherever he went, just like a sedan chair or a carriage. The idea might be inconceivable for the average person, but it was something common for the great emperors. The object that was used to control the palace was the infinite hourglass.
Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had basically spent the last 10 years refining the hourglass. Since they had received the great emperor's inheritance, they were able to activate some of the hourglass's power right after they obtained it. However, if they wanted to fully control the palace, they had to properly refine the legacy artifact. Their 10 years of hard work finally bore fruit today. Now, the great emperor's palace had become their personal flight artifact. The palace then broke through space and shot out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless mountain valley, the embodiment was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. Nearby, what appeared to be two sculptures but were actually two half-saints from the demon race stood like statues, sealed in place by a great emperor's divine ability.
During the intense battle, Bai Ye and Bai Zhua had only managed to show up for a moment before they were locked in place. They hadn't even showcased their true powers. One of them appeared ferocious, while the other's posture was that of a lion pouncing on a rabbit. Just like sculptures, however, they were completely unmoving. The embodiment was slightly frustrated. Although he could confirm that the two half-saints were not at risk of losing their lives, he couldn't break the seal and set them free no matter what he tried. Although the embodiment's cultivation path was different from that of Yang Kai's, they had spent many years experiencing life-or-death moments together. Therefore, it could be said that he was an experienced person now, and he possessed the power of a half-saint. However, he was powerless to help Bai Ye and Bai Zhua, which was why he felt dejected. Furthermore, 1 month had passed, and there was still no news from Yang Kai, making the embodiment wonder what Yang Kai had come across in the Four Seasons realm. 1 month ago, he suddenly had a feeling that he was about to pass away. He was in essence still Yang Kai's soul clone infused into an empty stone spirit's body. He was a half-saint now, but even if he became a demon saint one day, this fact would never change. He was born because of Yang Kai, and he would also perish because of the latter. In other words, if Yang Kai was killed, he would also die. On the other hand, if anything happened to him, Yang Kai wouldn't be affected. At that time, the embodiment was cleaning up the mess on the battlefield with Zhou Quan and had just moved Bai Ye and Bai Zhua to somewhere else when he had a feeling that death was upon him. At that instant, he knew that Yang Kai must have fallen into grave danger. He couldn't understand the reason behind this. Yang Kai was in peak condition when he raced after the severely injured Windlord and was also accompanied by the ferocious Zhui Feng, so how could he have wound up on the brink of death? Although the embodiment couldn't figure it out, he knew that something unexpected must have happened in the Four Seasons realm.
He wasn't able to help Yang Kai though, so he immediately called out to Zhou Quan and told him what to do once he passed on. He wanted Zhou Quan to bring Baiya and Bai Shuo to Seven Mists Sea and hand them over to Li Wuyi. He also wanted him to head over to High Heaven Palace to give the people there a detailed explanation of the situation. After he was done making arrangements, the embodiment closed his eyes and waited for death. In the end, however, he survived for some unknown reason and thus continued to wait until now. Presently, Zhou Quan was meditating nearby while recuperating as he was still slightly injured from the previous battle. After a month, his injuries were mostly healed while the expansive valley was completely silent. Just then, the embodiment lifted his head and his stony face appeared solemn. He stared at a particular spot in the sky with his flaming eyes before a moment later, he suddenly bellowed, "Not good!" Right after he finished speaking, he wrapped his demon chi around Baiya, Baizhua, Zhou Quan, and 6 or 7 other captives before hurriedly retreating more than 30 kilometers. Following his move, a ripple suddenly spread across the sky above the nameless valley, as though someone had hurled a stone into a usually serene lake. Zhou Quan opened his eyes in shock and looked up as he exclaimed. That was because after the ripples diminished, a gigantic, blurry image came into sight. This sight was familiar to him. The same thing had happened 1 month ago when Windlord activated the array using the bone in his hand, which was why he knew that it was the Flowing Time Temple's contour. At that time, Windlord's effort all went to waste because of Yang Kai as the palace soon retreated into the Four Seasons realm. Did Windlord manage to stage a comeback? Is he not dead yet? Zhou Quan immediately circulated his Emperor Qi to prepare himself for a battle. On the other hand, the embodiment grunted in surprise and clapped the other person's shoulder before he said with a smile, "No need to panic. Everything will be fine." He had detected Yang Kai's aura after the world barrier began to open. Since Yang Kai was still around, he must be the one who had made the palace appear again, not Windlord. Right then, a cracking sound was heard as the space tore open. The gigantic palace appeared from the void and shaded the sunlight from everyone's sight. A few figures were standing at the entrance of the palace. One of them was none other than Yang Kai. At that instant, the embodiment put on a bright smile. In just a short moment, the Flowing Time Temple completely left the Four Seasons realm. After countless years, Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace finally reappeared in this world. Xianxia felt somewhat sorrowful. In the past, wherever the palace appeared in the star boundary, the people there would kneel down to welcome its arrival. Even the other great emperors would come over to greet them. However, after Flowing Time Great Emperor passed away, the palace could only gather dust inside the Four Seasons realm. It wasn't until now that it reappeared under the sun. Finally, the great emperor had 2 successors. While the others were not paying attention to Xianxia, he secretly rubbed the corners of his eyes. The palace was big enough to shade the entire valley, the shadow it cast on the ground looking like a crouching ancient beast. A shocked Zhou Quan fell on his backside, while the other detained Emperor Realm Masters from Demon Heavenly Tao were shaken to the core. Although they had been demonified, they were still clear-headed, which was why they knew what this palace was. Seeing that Windlord wasn't around, they knew that from that day onwards, only 3 out of the 4 great lords under their master would remain. After leaping off the palace entryway, Yang Shui waved her hands and stopped using her hand seals. In just a few breaths of time, the palace shrunk until it became a palm-sized item that was then stored inside her sleeve. Zhui Feng kept neighing and widened his eyes in disbelief. He stared fixedly at Yang Shui's sleeve as though he had just seen a ghost. He was probably wondering just how enormous her sleeve must be to be able to keep a gigantic palace inside of it. Yang Kai walked up to the embodiment and took a look at Baiya and Baizhua before asking, "How are they?" Previously, he didn't have the time to check on the 2 half-saints as he had to race after Windlord. It wasn't until now that he had the time to ask about them. "They're not dead," the embodiment replied. Yang Kai was relieved that they were still alive as he was worried that something serious had happened to them. If they were dead, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yu Rumeng and Bai Liemo. "Why has your hair turned gray?" The embodiment stared at Yang Kai's hair with a frown. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was still as black as night, but his hair had turned slightly gray after he walked out of the palace.
The embodiment had no idea what had happened, but upon recalling the palpitation he felt some time ago, he figured that Xianxia must have fallen into a fierce battle. I've aged by a few hundred years. Xianxia put on a smile as if it didn't really matter. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had a long time to live. His current age was actually still considered young for his current realm. Who are they? The embodiment turned to look at Xianxia and Xianxue. Just like Xianxia, he found them to be familiar at first glance, as though he had met them before, but he couldn't recall where. Even if he could recognize them, he wouldn't dare to acknowledge it. It was an inconceivable idea that two little kids had grown into young adults in just a few years. It was troublesome to explain everything to him, so Xianxia decided to simply share his soul. The embodiment examined this flood of memories swiftly before he widened his eyes and muttered, "Their shower and schwer." Xianxia obediently walked over and cupped his fists. "Shower greets, second uncle." The embodiment was Xianxia's soul clone, so it could even be said that he was Xianxia's biological brother. Xianxia was right to call him second uncle, and his smooth talk successfully cracked the embodiment up. The embodiment kept praising him and said that the latter was a promising young man. Xianxue wasn't aware of the embodiment's existence. After all, she was still far too young when she left High Heaven Palace, so she had never met the embodiment before. After hearing what Xianxia had called him, though, she also figured out how she should address him. After hearing himself addressed as second brother, the embodiment grinned from ear to ear. After a good laugh, he said, "All of you have come out at the right time. I need your help." Following that, he brought Baiye and Baizhua over and showed them to Xianxia and Xianxue. The two half-saints were petrified after they were struck with a divine ability contained within Flowing Time Great Emperor's rib bone. Thus, even the embodiment, a half-saint, was unable to save them. Upon learning that the two young people were the Great Emperor's inheritance disciples, the embodiment knew that they could help. Since they were all one family, they certainly had to lend a hand. Both of them respectively extended their fingers and pointed at the foreheads of Baiye and Baizhua. The next moment, time principles undulated and engulfed the half-saints. Half an hour later, light returned to the half-saints' eyes, and following that, their demon chi surged as Baiye bellowed, "Go to hell!" Baizhua also yelled, "Die!" They made a move at the same time. Xianxia and Xianxue were well prepared, so they immediately hid behind Xianxia. When the two half-saints arrived in front of Xianxia with their divine abilities flaring, their expressions changed all of a sudden. Then, they forcefully retracted their power and retreated before they grunted in midair. They had suffered from some backlash after withdrawing their power at the last moment. But that wasn't enough to hurt them. As half-saints, they had full control over their power. A moment later, Baizhua and Baiye stared over with confused expressions. They took a look at the unfamiliar figures, especially Qiangqi and Lu Yan, before turning inquisitive gazes to Xianxia. Baiye asked, "What happened? Where's Windlord?" The last thing he recalled was striking out at Windlord, but the next moment Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of him while Windlord was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia seemed to have aged by a few years, as there was now a tinge of gray in his hair. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia and Xianxue before asking, "Are they not aware of what happened?" Xianxue replied with a smile, "They were petrified by time principles, so they were unable to sense anything during the period they were frozen." Xianxia nodded and finally understood the reason behind the half-saints' reaction. While they were petrified, they basically couldn't perceive anything as their time had essentially stopped. It would have been strange if they knew what had happened.